Please note that this content is for adults only. Viewer discretion advised. If you haven't yet, hit the subscribe, like, and share. Hello everyone and welcome back to another live stream with me, Cassota. This is Grizzly True Crime and we are here for day 7 of the Tanner Horner trial happening in Fort Worth, Texas. And let's see what today brings. Yesterday they finished a bit early at around 3:15 or so. And they left off with a DNA expert, a DNA analyst. So let's see where they go today. Do you think the state will rest soon or no? If you're watching live with me, hey, if you're watching from the future, then you probably already know if they did or didn't, okay? I just wonder, like, how many more witnesses would they have, right? They've had the medical examiner. They've had, yesterday was rough because they had some alleged, I have to say alleged because it's charges, but I believe them, but alleged sexual assault victims of Tanner Horner that testified. So that was a heavy day. I hope that you guys are okay. I hope that you had a great evening or rest or whatever you did, you know, whatever time zone you're in. And now let me bring up, wait, let me first go to the beginning here and we can look at the ceiling first. That's where we ended it yesterday, looking at the ceiling. Thank you to Grizzly Cat for finding such beautiful pictures of the victims and editing them so nicely. Look at this picture of Athena, who was only 7 years old. So she's obviously a bit younger in this picture, but she was only 7 years old when she was murdered on November 30th of 2022. Okay, so let me see where they started. Somewhere around here. Okay. There's Tanner Horner. I can't help the eye roll, okay? It's involuntary. It's like, shh, Tanner Horner. Facing the death penalty in this case. That's what the jury will deliberate on. If you're brand new to the case, just expand the description box. You can find a write-up there. You can also find a link to the playlist and to the trial prep video. If you watch the trial prep video within half an hour, you'll be all caught up on just the basics of the case. Look at Athena's mom's beautiful earrings. Athena's favorite color was pink. So her hair is pink. She's got a pink hair clip. She's got pink earrings. A lot of people in the court here are wearing pink to support Athena. I have a pink necklace on. So, yeah, I hope that there will be, obviously there will be justice for Athena because it's between life without parole and the death penalty. Those are Tanner Horner's only two options at 34 years old. Welcome, Java Christiana, and welcome to all the new members as well. Didi Dishman, thank you for your sticker.
Thank you. Now we're good.
Yeah, Stefan said, I think the prosecution called the most important witnesses. Hold on, I'll move your chat over. Only the video in the van is missing. Right? Samantha Lee said, eyes don't roll back far enough. The amount of disgust I feel for this monster. Also, thank you to everyone who supports the channel, whether you like, share, comment, participate. You send, I've still got to reply to PayPals. Thank you for the PayPals, the coffees, spoiling the mods with coffees as well. Really, really appreciate it. And here's Grizzly Cat as well. Thank you for helping the mods. And let's see what else you guys are saying. Nancy said it's Athena's father. He's been in the courtroom every day, I believe. So yes.
Maybe seated. I think we're still waiting on one juror.
They're waiting on one juror. Okay.
Here's testify truthfully.
There we go.
Who is this?
Don't worry. I'll boost it if it's not good enough.
Ms. Reynaga, would you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your first and last name for the court reporter?
My name is Erica Reynaga, ERICA-REYNAGA.
And Ms. Reynaga, what do you do for a living?
I am a forensic scientist with the Texas Department of Public Safety Crime Lab in Garland, Texas, in the Biology and DNA unit.
And how long have you worked there at the Texas Department of Public Safety Crime Lab in Garland, Texas?
It will be 8 years in June.
And what type of work do you do there again?
I am trained to examine evidence for biological materials, as well as the DNA analytical process and DNA interpretation. Within each of these areas, I can issue reports, document my findings, and testify when necessary.
And what type of training and education did you have to qualify you for the job that you now hold?
I have a Bachelor's of Science with a major in biology and a minor in chemistry from Bowling Green State University, and a Master's in Forensic Science from the University of Central Oklahoma. In addition to that, DPS does have a very extensive training program. It's modular based, so we will start with basic DPS and court proceedings, as well as the readings and our licensing exam that is required by the state of Texas. From there, we will move into our specific training field. I started with screening, and then we, as the years moved on, I added on to that with the analytical and interpretation processes.
With regard to your ability to do your job on an ongoing basis, do you have regular proficiency testing as well?
Yes, we are required to proficiency test twice a year.
Now, the lab itself, is that lab accredited by some organization?
Yes, we are accredited by the American National Standards Institute National Accreditation Board to international and FBI standards.
And are they also recognized accredited lab with the Texas Forensic Science Commission?
Yes.
Now, with regard to when a case comes into your lab, is that case given a specific number assigned to it to help track the evidence through the laboratory procedures?
Yes.
Can you explain how that takes place?
Once the agency brings in the evidence to our evidence receiving section, they will enter they will open a case within our laboratory information management system, and it gets its own unique case number. So for our lab, the first three are letters, so GAR for Garland, because that is where the case originated within the DPS system. And then it will be the year and month, a 4-digit series, and then followed by that is the case for that year, just chronologically, how many cases we've gotten in the year.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Yesterday, a different witness testified, and several documents were admitted into evidence at that time. And I'm going to show you, first of all, State's Exhibit number 297, State's Exhibit number 298, and then State's Exhibit number 300. Do you recognize those documents?
Thank you, Blair Blazin, for the delicious coffee.
You don't have to look through every page, but this is
The judge has his pen in his mouth. I don't want to ruin my lipstick, but he's like, he's got the same pen as me, okay? I see you, Judge. You got good taste in pens, okay? If I may say so myself. It's the Energel. It's Pentel Energel. They're so nice. Look at him.
looking at the outer document. Does it appear to be associated with the same case that you're testifying on today?
Your Honor, I would prefer that you look through it.
That's all.
Yes, these would be the submission forms that was submitted with the evidence, as well as the DNA mail screening and biology laboratory reports that were issued by Jacqueline Ferrer.
Okay. And does it indicate on the date in which the case was submitted to the lab there?
Yes, this would be the date that this evidence was submitted.
Okay. And for purposes of the record, is that 2/21/23?
Yes.
Okay. And the number that you were talking about being assigned to the particular case, is this number start with the letters GAR?
Yes.
And would you read that for the record, please?
The case number is GAR-2302-02863.
And would that number be associated with any lab reports or any work that is done on this case throughout the entire process?
Yes.
How do you make sure that that takes place when you work on a specific piece of evidence?
So when an analyst gets the evidence to analyze it initially, they will look at the evidence and make sure that the case number as well as any identifiers that are agency related match what we have in our system with the submission form. As they work their case, they will also add our case number as well as their initials and date for when they worked the case. Any samples that are cut or collected will get its own unique item number, and our agency case number will be associated with that as well, and that's through the entire process. So for examination of the evidence as well as the analytical process and the interpretation process.
And so for tracking purposes, if a certain item is given a certain number and then a sample is taken from that item and then sent further in the process, and maybe that is further divided, how is that documented through the process? So we have an outer item of packaging, say it's 01. Any samples or items within that packaging will be 0101, 0102, so on and so forth. If we collect, say we swab an item from 0101, it will then be 0101AA, and it will kind of go further and further. So swabbing will be one, the cutting that we took for the DNA extraction or analytical process will also be a further number. Okay. And so numbers kind of get long over time as far as what you're looking at. But if you look at those original numbers, you can tell where it came from, what item that came from, correct?
Yes.
Understood. All right, so as far as you...
Wait, somebody said... Oh no, it just flew past. Somebody said, does this witness have a bit of pink in her hair? Yes. Look there. And she's wearing a pink shirt as well. Okay.
Personally, have you ever testified as in the area of DNA comparison and the analytics that go with it?
Yes.
Here in courts in the state of Texas?
Yes.
And about approximately how many times have you testified?
About 25 times.
Okay. And specifically in this case, are you familiar with this case, the GAR 2302-02863 that we just showed the jury?
Yes.
And can you tell us specifically, is that a case that involves a victim by the name of Athena Presley Monroe Strand?
Yes.
And a suspect by the name of Tanner Lynn Horner?
Yes.
And can you tell us, just describe for us what part of the testing process that you took part in?
I took part in this case by doing the analytical process for a portion of the evidentiary samples as well as the known samples that were submitted in this case.
Rob, thank you for the 10 Big Bear coffees for the mods.
And what was it? Okay, so you talk about samples and known samples, kind of boil that down for us a little bit more so the jury kind of understands the difference between the two things.
Yeah, so evidentiary will be any samples that we collected from the evidence that we received. Known samples are samples that came from an individual. We know exactly who it came from, so we can say that it is definitely their DNA on whatever that sample is. So it can be either a blood card or cheek swabs, which we call buccal swabs.
All right. And did you have both of those things in this case? I mean, were both of those things submitted, I should say?
Yes, we did have knowns from both individuals.
Okay. And that would be from which individuals again?
From Tanner Horner and Athena Strand.
Okay. And just kind of walk through the analytical process that you handled, and describe which items that you handled and what you did with those items.
To start, the analytical process is a 4-step process. It starts with extraction, and that's where we're going to add chemicals and heat to our samples to get any DNA off of those samples, break open the cells to release the DNA into solution. We're going to do several washes to purify it, so at the end we just have a purified liquid sample that is our DNA. And that goes through the rest of the process. In cases where there's, through our analysis, the screening portion, that first step, there's an indication that sebum may be present, we will do what's called a differential extraction. And that's where we will separate that one sample into 2 parts. One part that would contain sperm cells, and one part that could contain any other cellular types, so skin cells or blood. So that's the first step. The second step is quantification, and that's where we're going to see how much DNA is within that sample, and if possible, or not if possible, but if present, we can also detect if male DNA is within that sample. The third step is amplification, and that's where we're going to make millions of copies to better visualize our DNA profile on the last step. And then our fourth and final step is separation, and we're going to put the sample through an instrument that can separate out the DNA strand based on size, and it can give us a graphical representation of the profile. That profile is what is used for our interpretation process. Within this case specifically, I mentioned I did do the knowns for each individual.
Okay, hold on for a second. So you said the knowns, you're talking
Yes.
about the buccal swabs and the blood counts. Is that correct at this point?
Yesterday, there was a DNA analyst, Jacqueline Ferrara, who testified remotely. We heard some, I don't want to say it all again, it's just horrifying, right? Where all the DNA was found, but thank you so much, Melissa Hudson, for the 3 delicious coffees. So they talked about male DNA being found in places where it shouldn't be found on a 7-year-old, you know? But they didn't say it was Tanner Horner's DNA. So I'm guessing today, hearing from this DNA analyst, maybe there's others, sometimes we see a few in trials, right? Maybe they're going to clarify that it was. I mean, I have no doubt that it was Tanner Horner's, you know? Anyway, but we'll have to wait to hear that evidence. Also, damn, Kathy, that's a record. You bought the mods 48 Big Bear coffees? Holy crap, thank you so much. And you said, thanks so much for all you do behind the scenes, mods. This is a really tough case. I cry a lot in this one, and I know it can't be easy for you either. Please get a sandwich with your coffee from Kathy. Thank you so much. And thank you, Rob, for the 10 Big Bear coffees. Wow, okay. So I'm guessing, obviously, this would just be testimony to follow up, on all of that. We'll hear more, which does come with a trigger warning. If you don't know, this case is extremely upsetting. It's about the murder of a 7-year-old, Athena Strand.
I believe it, yes. I believe that was a blood card and buccal swabs.
Okay.
I'm not for sure on the blood card, but it was definitely buccal swabs from Tanner Horner.
Okay. On the buccal swab from Tanner Horner, what did you do on that?
It would have been that DNA, that 4-step analytical process.
Okay. So if it would already have been put into some type of state for you to be able to do what you did, correct?
Yes, it would have been cut by the analyst who did the first report.
And who was that?
That would have been Jacqueline Ferrer.
Okay. And then once that tip of the swab is cut off, how much is cut?
For buccal swabs, we will cut a half of a swab.
Okay. And but if there were 4 taken originally, only one of the swabs was used to go forward. Is that correct?
Yes, there would be 3.5 swabs left.
All right. So any further tests?
Sorry, I just want to, the judge he's busy, eh? Busy preparing his sentencing speech, because it looks like it to me. I think he's probably ready like we're ready. Come on, jury, go deliberate. Okay, see you soon. Anyway, the state would still have to rest. The defense still has to put on their case. There's going to be all the mitigating evidence. Don't know how long that'll go on. And then there'll be closing arguments from both sides. Then jury instructions, jury will go deliberate. whether or not Tanner Horner should be sentenced to death. And I just, it just looks like he's working on his sentencing speech, huh?
Testing needed to be done, those would be available.
Yes.
So with regard to your part on the buckle swab, kind of walk us, you did the, tell us kind of, I know that you described the 4-step process, but physically, what did you do, you know?
So Jacqueline would have cut the sample and placed it into a labeled tube. When it was my turn to, before I would get it, our tubes are verified by another analyst, making sure we have all of the correct samples and that they're in the correct order based on our paperwork before we even start the process. And then once I get it, I will also verify that I have all of my samples, and then I will add for that first step, add the chemicals to start the extraction process. But along the way, I am making sure that all of my samples are in the correct order to match all of the paperwork. Some of our instruments do require a second check by another analyst to make sure that the layout of our instruments are correct. After my entire process, another analyst will review the paperwork that I generated within my batch and do the net data analysis step as well, just to make sure they agree with all of my findings.
Okay. And what is the goal with regard to these known swabs? What are we trying to accomplish? I don't want to put the words in your mouth, but you know, what are we trying to develop out of the known swabs, the buccal swab, the blood card?
I mean, there's no real difference between the evidentiary and the knowns as far as the goal. We are just processing them to see if there's DNA present, and if there is, to generate a profile from those samples.
And that's what I was getting at. So based upon the known swabs, are you able to then generate a specific profile that goes one with the suspect, Tanner Horner, based upon the buccal swab, and then one with the victim, Athena Strand, based upon the blood card?
Yes, the samples, the profiles generated from those, we would know came from those individuals.
Okay. And then are those profiles used to compare with profiles that are developed off of evidentiary items?
Yes, that is our interpretation process.
Okay, gotcha. So what other than the buccal swabs, what items other than the buccal swabs did you participate in this analytical process for?
The evidentiary samples that I processed in this case were the sperm cell and epithelial cell fraction from the vaginal swabs.
Okay. And that would have been something that was submitted and initially looked at by Jacqueline Ferrara, is that correct?
Yes.
And what would she have done prior to you looking at that?
She would have done our male screening process, so taking a small cutting, doing a quick extraction to see if there's any male DNA present. If there is, then we will take half a cutting from each swab, if there's only two, to go through the traditional DNA process.
And so was that done with regard to the swab? You did that particular thing with regard to just one of the sets of swabs from
Yes.
the sexual assault kit, correct?
Yes, she would have cut just the vaginal swabs from the kit.
And what did you do with that item? You said you processed it like you did the buccal swabs?
It went through the differential process that I spoke of earlier, but all 4 steps are the same. We just do them separately from, all the evidentiary samples get done separately from all of our known samples.
And if I were to show you,
Yes.
Shell Teresa said, have we been told yet if the defendant will be taking the stand? We haven't been told yet. I said a few days ago, I think he will, but now I'm not so sure. I don't know. Do you think he'll take the stand? That's a good question. I think I'm on the fence on that one. Is he dumb enough to? Yep. Would he tell a lot of stories? Mm-hmm. Would he behave like he's now 0? Yeah. That's an alter ego he has, okay. Or is he going to check it out? That's the question. Or would he take his defense counsel's advice like, don't do it, bro, don't get up there?
Is there some? Is there some markings on what has been admitted as State's Exhibit number 270, the same kid? Are there some markings to show that was processed at your lab under the same number that we're talking about today?
Yes, it has our case number as well as Jacqueline's analyst identifiers.
Okay. And she would have been the one to take it.
Please, sir. Look at the judge as well. Please, sir. Careful with that microphone. Damn.
She would have been the one to take the swab out here and do the cutting before it happened.
Yes.
Thank you. What other items besides the buccals, the known samples, and then the vaginal swab did you participate in?
Those were the only items within this case that I did anything with.
Okay. And with regard to the work that you did on this case, are there specific procedures and processes that you are familiar with that have to be followed during the work that you do?
Yes, we do have a standard operating procedure for everything that we do.
And did you follow those specific procedures and processes in this case for the items that you analyzed?
Yes.
Okay. And do you have any other work that you did on this case that you feel is relevant to the analytical processes on any of the other findings in this case?
No.
That's the witness.
Cross-examination.
Good morning, Mr. Reynaga.
Good morning.
I think I went over the talk before. I think I just have maybe one question for you. And you're talking about you processed the vaginal swabs. Did you process the rest of the sexual assault kit?
Only the vaginal swabs went forward for DNA during the batch that I did.
And you did not do any microscopic analysis for the presence of sperm?
Correct.
And that is required to confirm the presence of sperm?
It is, yes, it's required to confirm. It is not a requirement for our processes.
Right, not
Yeah.
for you to go ahead and process the DNA, but just to confirm that is contains sperm and not epithelial cells or something else, you would have to look microscopically for the spermatozoa.
Correct.
That's what it's
Right. Just can you explain the reason why you would have only looked at those particular swabs instead of all of the 6 swabs?
So based on the male screening results from Jackie's analysis, she decided that those were the ones to send forward. At the time, we were only sending a few samples forward. We didn't send everything. Additionally, sometimes there isn't enough male DNA within a sample that we know that we would get them within the profile. Sometimes there's too much female DNA that would overpower that male DNA.
Understood. Let's go ahead. And are there, if initially you send some stuff forward, is it able to then make the decision to go ahead and send everything forward that can be tested?
That is a process that we can do. That was just not something that we did in this case, and I'm not sure what her results were, if there was anything else that was eligible.
Okay, understood. So you're not familiar with what other items would have gone forward other than what you worked on?
Correct.
All right. Nothing further, Your Honor.
So, you worked on the vaginal swab, that would have been for the April 19th report. Are you familiar with that report?
The DNA report?
Yes.
I'm not sure which report that one would have gone. It would have probably been the first one.
It would have been?
Yeah.
So the first report from Kristen Cassota on the vaginal swab from Athena Strand, it states Exhibit 299. Has not been admitted yet, In that report, it's the probability of obtaining a mixture profile in the DNA came from the victim and one unrelated unknown individuals 2 times. Sorry. I'll slow down.
I'm going to object if he wants to admit the report at this point, that's fine, but object from reading for something outside of evidence from a report that she did not issue.
Well, let me start with that. That's a big enough question. Are you familiar with that report?
If the vaginal swabs are on that, I would have done the analytical process for that report, but I did not write the report.
Okay. Now you mentioned Ms. Ferrara's report.
Sorry?
Ms. Ferrara's report, Jackie's report
Yes.
on the male screening.
Yes.
And on that report for the oral swabs, she did not detect the presence of male DNA.
I am not familiar with her report either. I just know what she sent forward for DNA, and that's what I processed.
And initially in spring of 2023, that was only the vaginal swab.
Correct.
That's what it's
Mr. Becker. Just one thing. Is there a difference between a finding of inconclusive and a finding of excluded? You understand what I'm saying? It says that the detection of male DNA on the item was inconclusive. Is that the same as saying there was no male DNA?
For what type of report?
Well, may I approach you?
Yes. Just. I'm going to show you what's already been admitted into evidence of State's Exhibit number 298. Now, this does not pertain to the vaginal swabs. It pertains to the oral swabs. But with regard to the finding on there, it was classified as what?
This is for the DNA male screening laboratory report. The oral swabs, the detection of male DNA on this item was inconclusive, utilizing the Plexer HY quantification kit due to the low male quantification value. So for this report, we are not doing any type of comparisons. So we are not making an inclusion or exclusionary statement. This is based strictly on the quantification results from that male screening process. So this indicates that male DNA was detected, but based on that quantification value, it was not eligible to send forward for our traditional DNA process.
Thank you.
Which makes sense. Whitehorse instincts, it doesn't appear the sample was enough to identify an actual source. That's what I'm gathering. Is that what you're gathering as well? So there was male DNA. They did say it was the state said in the opening statements, Tanner Horner's DNA was under Athena's fingernail. Male DNA elsewhere, it just sounds like it was inconclusive to say it was definitely Tanner Horner's. But this is not the smoking gun evidence. What would be is that the video and audio from the FedEx van, right? That's going to be, and they still have to play it for the jury. We all thought they already did that on Friday because so much of the court was, the feed was redacted. Still don't know why, and the New York Post said that it was because they played the video, but they didn't. They still have to see and hear that FedEx van video. That's going to be quite something, hey? Anyway, so inconclusive. For that, probably because her body was in the water for 2 days. Tanner Horner said he placed her body in the Trinity River. It was on November 30th of 2022, around 6 to 6:30 p.m. or so. And her body was found on the evening of December 2nd of 2022. So, yeah. Ginger Snapper-Rooney said, yes, sample was too small, but male DNA was male DNA. And we all know it was Tanner's. Yeah, we all know it, right? Even if inconclusive, it was, yeah, we know. And I mean, yesterday they said that his FedEx, jacket and his hoodie and his jeans and his underpants all had semen on it. We're like, ew, yeah. So, definitely, I don't doubt that it was his DNA, but for the analysts, it was inconclusive, of course. That's just an opinion now. The evidence shows it was inconclusive, and that's what they have. I don't think the jury is going to have a problem with that, though.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Becker?
Okay.
Not for this one, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
May she be excused subject to any potential recall?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
State calls Amber Moss.
Amber Moss. Come in, please, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, this witness has been previously sworn to testify truthfully. Mr. Barry?
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Moss, would you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your first and last name for the court?
Hi, my name is Amber Moss. It's AMBER MOSS.
And Ms. Moss, what do you do for a living?
I am a DNA Section Supervisor 1 at the Texas Department of Public Safety Crime Lab in Garland.
And so you're a section supervisor. What does that mean?
So what that means is that I manage a team of analysts, and I triage cases that are assigned to my team. I'm also still qualified as an analyst, so those duties include examining evidence for the presence of biological fluids, cutting samples and preparing them for the DNA testing, then actually performing the DNA testing itself for either our autosomal testing or our YSDR testing, performing the DNA interpretation, the YSDR interpretation, and then also performing technical and administrative reviews, and then testifying in court if necessary.
With regard to your participation in the case that we're here today on, are you familiar with the Garland Lab number 2302-02863?
Yes.
And is that the case where the suspect is Tanner Lynn Horner and the victim is Athena Presley Monroe Strand?
Yes.
Now, as far as your personal background, what type of education did you have?
I have a Bachelor of Science degree from Texas A&M University at Commerce, and I also have taken postgraduate classes in population statistics and molecular biology from the University of Texas at Dallas.
And how long have you been working as a forensic analyst?
I've been qualified as an analyst since January 2000.
Okay. So approximately 26 years,
Yes.
right? So with regard to the process or your involvement in this case, was it actually as an analyst, or kind of describe what your part was in this particular case?
So for this case, I was not an analyst involved in the case, but as the DNA section supervisor, my team handles capital murder cases. And so what that means is that when the cases are received, I will contact the agency to clear up any questions that we might have, determine whether it's going to be a death penalty case or not. And then I communicate with them to determine if we have any questions about what items to test and moving forward with our testing.
And are there specific guidelines from the Texas Forensic Science Commission related to death penalty cases that you're required to make sure get followed?
Yes.
Okay.
DPS has a policy in place that if a case is determined to be a death penalty case, then we will communicate with the attorneys on that case and determine what items will be tested. If items will be depleted, we will let them know that. And then sometimes in some of those cases, those depleted items are processed a little bit differently.
Okay. And that's kind of where I was going with that. Let's talk about you. You have some type of special licensing or to do your job, or is it just through the lab that you're accredited?
No, as an analyst, I'm licensed by the Texas Forensic Science Commission.
Okay. And is the lab also accredited by that same organization?
The lab is accredited by the commission, but we're also accredited by an American National Standards Institute National Accreditation Board.
And is that sometimes referred to as ANAB?
Yes.
Okay. Or ANAB?
Yes.
With regard to that, those specific rules for death penalty cases, if it becomes apparent that there is an item that would be depleted, well, first, let's talk about what depleted means. Would you explain the concept of something being depleted?
So for us, when we say that an item will be depleted, it means that either the swab that was used to collect cells, or a blood stain, or a stain on an item of clothing, for instance, we would need to use that entire thing, that entire item, either the swab or the stain itself, in order to perform the DNA testing in hopes that we get a complete DNA profile.
And if it becomes apparent to you along the process that certain items would be depleted, you said that you contact somebody about that, is that right?
Yes, we do. For capital murder cases, we do.
And who would that be?
So it depends on each case, honestly. So a lot of times the submitting agency, so like the local police department, is our agency contact, and they are relaying the information to the attorneys. But for a lot of the cases, the attorneys are involved early on in the process, since it is a capital murder case usually. And so a lot of times we're relaying that information to them as well.
And I'm going to just ask you, you talk pretty fast.
Sorry.
The judge reminded somebody we were not in Dallas, so yeah, the other day. So just kind of slow yourself down slightly. With regard,
Court reporter's like, oh my word. Okay. I also speak fast, okay? I'm not snarking. I'm just thinking of the court reporter being like, oh my word, let's keep up with all of this.
to that process, you communicate the fact that something is going to be depleted. Is there some requirements for further testing if it is determined that something is going to be depleted?
So our policy, we're required to let the agency know or the attorneys know, and then at that point they can discuss and determine whether they give us permission to actually deplete that sample, and we perform the testing on that, or if we end up not testing it at all, or sometimes if those samples would go to a different lab to be tested.
And in this particular case, you're familiar with Jacqueline Ferrara, or formerly Jacqueline Winston.
Yes.
And she did some of the initial screening in this particular case, is that right?
Yes, she did.
And then we just heard from Erica Reynaga, and she did some follow-up analytical work related to that initial screening.
Yes.
But after that point was done, had there been a number of items that were identified that would potentially be depleted by further testing?
Yes. Since Jacqueline was the biology analyst, she was the one who examined the evidence itself and was the one who determined these certain set of samples would need to be depleted going forward for DNA testing. So at that point, she made a list of those samples, and we relayed that information to our contact information, or to our contact for the case, and I believe the district attorney's office at the same time, and I'm not sure if the defense was notified at that same time or not.
Was a decision made that before we went further and did any further testing on anything, that we needed to get some type of court approval to move forward with the depletion items to determine what lab that should take place at, whether it was your lab or a different lab?
Right. So actually, part of the DPS policy for death penalty cases is that we will examine the items of evidence for the presence of biological fluids, collect those samples, but we will not move forward with any DNA testing until we have a court order, whether that is in regards to the depletion samples or samples that will not be depleted. So a court order is required for us to move forward for DNA testing, and then in that court order, they need to specify how the depletion samples will be handled.
And was it clear for some period of time, can you tell us whether or not it was clear to you as to whether you should move forward at your lab with those items, or whether it was going to be ordered to be done in a different lab?
There was conversation in this case about, and there was some time where it was being decided where those depletion samples would be tested, whether it initially it was offered like we would test all the samples at the DPS lab, but there were certain conversations that then it was going to be that set of samples the depletion samples would be tested at a different lab. And then it was sometime where it was being determined which lab that would be.
And ultimately, was a decision made to go to a different lab for the depletion items?
Yes.
And was that ordered by the court?
Yes.
And was, when did that transfer of items to that lab take place?
So once we got a court order indicating that the depletion samples would be going to a different lab, in April of 2025, I gathered those depletion samples, put them into a separate container so that they could be shipped out to that other lab. And then there was still some discussion about exactly when we should send those samples. So they had been separated but not sent yet, and then they were sent in May of 2025 to the other lab.
So already in evidence, we have State's Exhibit number 298, which is the DNA male screening laboratory report. And we have State's Exhibit number 300, which is the biology laboratory report. Those were done in March and April of 2023, correct?
The biology report was June of 2023.
Okay, I apologize. You're right, I looked at the wrong report when I was saying the date. So March for the DNA male screening report, March 16, 2023?
Yes.
And then June 14, 2023 for the biology laboratory report?
Yes.
No further reports were issued until after this transfer of evidence was able to be accomplished to the other lab for the depletion items, correct?
Correct.
Right, so over 2 years to get that accomplished, is that right?
Oh, I'm wrong. Wait. So we do have a DNA report, but it's from 2023, but it doesn't pertain to the depletion samples.
Yes.
And then after that, correct, there were no more reports issued until the issue of what samples would go forward for DNA testing and the depletion samples was resolved.
So ultimately, where was the depletion samples, where were they ordered to go?
Where were they ordered to go?
Yes,
Yeah.
where were they ordered to go?
Ultimately, they were ordered to go to a private forensic laboratory called Bodie. It's in Lorton, Virginia.
And is that another lab that is also accredited by the Texas Forensic Science Commission, to your knowledge?
Yes.
Okay. Because there are some specific rules related to death penalty cases as to what type of labs can test those. Is that correct?
I believe the statute indicates that it has to be an accredited laboratory, and I'm pretty sure the statute also refers to the Texas Department of Public Safety laboratory.
Yes.
But any testing needs to be done by an accredited laboratory.
Understood. All right. So that.
I'll quickly pause there. Shia said, is his family there? I don't actually know what they look like, but I haven't noticed anyone that I'm like, yeah, that must be his family, right? Probably not. Do you think his family's there? I mean, they might be tested. Probably not. They might be called by the defense for the mitigating evidence phase when they present, well, this is the penalty phase. When the defense presents their case, mitigating evidence will be, what a polite, sweet boy Tanner Horner can be. He's never heard a fly. Sure. Okay, that's going to be hard to listen to, hey?
Testing took place and was a report issued from the lab, Bodie lab, on the items that have been submitted that were considered to be depletion items.
Yes.
And have you had the opportunity to view that report?
Yes.
Okay. I'm not going to introduce it at this time, but once that transfer was taking place and Bodie had those depletion items, did the DPS lab in Garland then go forward with the rest of their testing? Or sometime during that, when in relation to that, did the DPS lab begin testing the items that they retained that were not depletion items?
In this case, once we had the initial court order listing the samples that would be tested, we knew that there was still discussion about the depletion samples, but we'd already identified those samples. So any of the non-depletion samples, we proceeded to start preparing those for DNA testing, and then started DNA testing on that set of items at the DPS lab while we were still getting information about the depletion samples.
Understood.
Oh man, I can't keep everyone happy. Hey, War Wound says, why cover the lawyers? It's because they're so triggering. Not. It's just the best place to put it when they pan the camera. But for you, I'll put this trigger warning up here for now, okay?
So ultimately, it was, what was the date that the final reports were issued here from the DPS Garland lab?
The DNA reports, we have a supplemental DNA laboratory report dated September 15th, 2025. A biology and DNA laboratory report dated September 15th, 2025. A YSTR laboratory report dated September 15th, 2025.
Can you explain the difference between the regular DNA report and a YSTR report?
Yes, so our regular DNA laboratory report.
See what I mean? And now the camera pans, and now it's going to be like here. So the best place to put it is here. And yes, we need it there, because somebody might walk into this case and not quite know what the hell we're watching, and it's a trigger warning, potentially upsetting, triggering, or distressing content for adults only. This is the murder case of a 7-year-old girl, Athena Strand.
It refers to our sort of mainstream testing. It's our autosomal testing. So that test for male and female DNA just tries to copy whatever DNA is present, human DNA is present on the sample. The YSTR testing is male specific, so it will not pick up any female DNA that's present in the sample. It will only focus on the male DNA present in the sample.
And is that YSTR process, is that, for lack of a better word, more sensitive? How does that work?
It is a little bit more sensitive, but it's more specific because it's only targeting male individuals, and so it is useful in, it's more of a specialized type of testing, I would say, because it's useful in some samples where you have a high amount of female DNA and a small amount of male DNA, and that female DNA overpowers the male DNA in our normal autosomal testing. And so the YSTR testing allows us to only focus on the male DNA present.
Okay. So was there both autosomal, if I call it STR testing and YSTR testing, is that correct? Or is that?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. So was there both types of testing done at the DPS lab in Garland?
Yes.
And depending on the item in the sample, is that right?
Yes.
And was there also, to your understanding, both types of testing done at the Bow lab?
Yes. There was.
Depending on the sample?
Yes.
Do you have anything? Oh, I think you actually did do one other thing on this case with regard to preparing some type of samples for one of the other analysts before they looked at them. Something related, I believe it was to Elizabeth Seastrunk. Is that right? Yeah, I could be mistaken about that.
Jacqueline was had already left the DPS laboratory when once we were able to get the list of samples that needed to be cut and the court order listing those samples. So Elizabeth Seastrunk is a different analyst who actually cut the non-depletion samples to be processed at the DPS lab.
I didn't know, as far as, I think it was just separating out which samples she was supposed to be dealing with going forward.
No, I just gave her a list, like Jacqueline's list, and they were the ones that needed to be depleted were marked, and so she did not cut those samples.
All right. And you made sure that everything was clearly delineated as to what went to Bodie and what stayed at DPS Garland?
Yes.
Okay. Anything else on this case you feel is relevant as far as the ultimate conclusions in the reports that were issued in September of 2025?
No, I mean, I was involved in the review of some of those reports, but no.
Based upon your involvement in the review of those reports, do you feel like the processes and procedures that are set out in your own internal guidelines, as well as the Texas Forensic Science Commission, were followed in this case?
Yes.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
T, why? Oh, Toys is here. You said, Gisela, I live near Bodie Labs in VA. They work on a lot of high-profile cases, including Karen Reed. Okay. Thank you for stopping by as well, for saying hi.
No questions, ma'am.
May this witness be excused subject to any potential recall.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
State calls Elizabeth Seastrunk, Your Honor.
Okay, Elizabeth Seastrunk. Come in, please, ma'am. Just have a seat. Ladies and gentlemen, this witness has been previously sworn to testify truthfully. Mr. Becker.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Seastrunk, would you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your first and last name for the court?
My name is Elizabeth Seastrunk. That is spelled Elizabeth. Last name Seastrunk.
Pull that microphone a little bit closer to you. Thank you.
Can you just kind of tell us what you do for a living, first of all?
I'm a forensic scientist at the Texas Department of Public Safety's Crime Laboratory in Garland, Texas.
And did you have to, what kind of education did you have to qualify you for that job?
I have a Bachelor's of Science in Biochemistry, Molecular, and Cellular Biology from the University of New Hampshire, as well as a Master's of Science in Forensic Science with a concentration in Forensic Biology and DNA from Oklahoma State University Center of Health Sciences.
And as far as your duties, well, let me ask you, how long have you been working there at the DPS Garland Lab?
I've been working at the Garland Lab for about 3 years, but moved into the DNA section about 2.5 years ago.
Okay. And so that would have been after November 30th of 2022, correct? That you've moved into the DNA section?
I moved into the DNA section in October of 2023.
Understood. So after you, well, first of all, was there a different analyst that had left as far in conjunction for personal reasons, family reasons, that at the time that you came into the lab, or did you overlap?
What do you mean by that question?
Jacqueline
Oh.
Winston, Jacqueline Ferrara?
I had moved into the DNA section while Jackie was still there.
Okay. And so, but after she left, were you asked to do some work on the case where the suspect is Tanner Lynn Horner, the victim is Athena Presley Monroe Strand, and that has a specific Garland case number, GAR 2302-02863.
May I refer to my notes?
Yes, ma'am.
Nathan Albright said, how many DNA analysts does a case need? Which trial was it that we watched together where they had, I just can't remember now. It was a sort of recent one. And oh my word, they had something like 11 DNA analysts. We were like, oh my goodness, how many can they have? I can't remember if it was the Matthew Paul trial, Brian Walsh. Could have been Brian Walsh. It was Brian Walsh's trial. Do you remember? If you watched it with me. This is our 27th trial that I've covered on Grizzly True Crime. Brian Walsh's trial, oh my goodness. It was just like 2 full days of DNA analysts. We were like, damn, how many can there be? Anyway, okay. So this is yesterday was Jacqueline Ferrara. There's Erica now, Amber Moss, Elizabeth. 4th one. Okay, so not too bad.
Yes.
So at that time, what were your duties in the DNA lab?
I'm trained and qualified in serological testing, so that includes testing evidence items for the presence of blood or any potential semen stains. I also collect trace evidence. I prepare samples for DNA analysis. I also write reports. I will review other biology analyst reports and testify in court when needed.
And were you asked to process certain samples related to this case as part of your duties?
Yes.
Now let's talk about your sort of training and background to be able to do those things. Can you just briefly kind of give us a synopsis of that?
At DPS, we go through a modular-based training program that includes lectures and readings, as well as us observing a qualified analyst. There's also a period of supervised and independent practices. There's a competency exam as well as written exams. There's a comprehensive oral examination and a mock trial as well. And we go through a period of supervised casework before we are authorized to perform independently.
And has all that been completed by the time you were working on this case?
Yes.
Now, can you tell me a little bit about the specific samples that you were asked to deal with in this case?
I was asked to deal with the samples that Jackie had previously cut out from the physical evidence items, or she had taken swabbings of those items. And there was a coin envelope that contained all of those samples, as well as the swabs that the agency had submitted that Jackie had previously tested and retained as well.
And then what was your duties related to those items?
I had prepared those samples for DNA, so I had cut my own portion of the stain into a label tube. And for the swabs, I had cut the entire cotton head portion off of the swab head and placed that into a label tube as well.
And when you talk about a stain, what are you talking about?
The stain is the physical cutting that Jackie had taken from the physical evidence item. So she had identified stains and cut them out and retained them into a Ziploc baggie. And I had retrieved those cuttings that she had taken and cut my own portion from that.
So, for instance, if the stain was on a pair of blue jeans, whether it's the suspects or the victims, she would have taken and actually cut that stain out and retained that. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And then you came behind her and cut out a smaller portion of that to send forward for the testing.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, what else?
And
Sorry, in case obviously there's going to be replay watchers and they might be wondering what these comments are about. My question in the chat is, what is your favorite? I don't really know how else to word it. I guess we all would have a favorite expert, a field, a topic during a trial. So what's your favorite? And what is the most, I said boring like this because I don't mean it's actually boring, but what's your the most boring one, the one you're least interested in? So for me, my favorite is always digital forensics. My least favorite is ballistics. So let me know. That's why I'm just checking what you guys are answering as well. What's your favorite and what's your least favorite?
And I had cut the swabs that were retained. So I had cut the entire cotton head portion off of the swab stick and then retained the remainder of the swabs.
And did you have any further work in this case that was relevant to the actual results that came out in the final reports in September of 2025?
No, my role was simply to cut the stains and place them into the label tubes for the DNA analyst.
And did you follow all the proper protocols and procedures in doing that?
I did, yes.
Ask the witness.
Cross-examination.
No question, John.
May this witness be excused subject to any potential recall?
Yes, John.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
State calls Ruby Kelly, Your Honor.
Ruby Kelly. Judge. Your Honor. We can do that, okay? So I'll see you back in 15 minutes, okay?
Everybody stand, please. Shame. And then people think, why is she talking like that all of a sudden if they're new here? Hey, if you guys have been here for a while, you know why I say that. From the Megan Boswell trial in Tennessee, Kyle was the bailiff. I don't know if Kyle knows how famous he is. We love Kyle over here. All the Grizzlies, right? We love Kyle. He said, everybody stand, please, like that, like with authority and with that accent. I just love it. And then everybody stands up and he struts around. It was just so good. So we always miss him. Okay, let's go forward now. Damn. Long break. Someone just bought me a delicious coffee. Thank you so much. Okay. There we go. And we're back. No sound yet. Oh, man. Looking at, listen. With this case, this trial, we're almost going to get PTSD from seeing the ceiling and then the judge just pulling the plug just about. Yesterday at the beginning of the stream, I was like, I hope the judge doesn't do that again, you know, all lighthearted. Yeah, well, at the end, that's exactly what he did. All right, everybody. they took a break and then it was over. That's what they did the day before. Yesterday as well. It just ended. The day just ended. We were like, what? What time are they coming back? No, I won't complain if he ends if the judge ends the day a little early. That's okay. Especially for me in my time zone, you know what I mean? But come on, man, not the ceiling. Don't show us the ceiling. There's the defendant, everyone, from the side. Oh, man. Tanner Horner, 34 years old, who thought he's going to be a musician. He said he wanted to be famous, but not like this. And as someone got annoyed yesterday, you're not famous, Tanner, you're infamous now. Yeah, we also looked at his Instagram yesterday. That was horrifying. So if you missed that, I do believe I timestamped that for you. Let me look. Did I, though? Yeah, Punk Gopher said we just have to assume the last break of the day is the end of the day. So we just see, like, oh, no, now it's done. Finished, didn't we see? Yeah, I timestamped it for you yesterday. Good luck. And thank you, Southern Kelly B, for the idea. Okay, here we go.
Truthfully.
There you go.
Mr. Berry. Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Kelly.
Good morning.
Would you please state your name for the jury?
Ruby Kelly.
And would you spell your first and your last name?
Ruby Kelly.
And what do you do for a living, Ms. Kelly?
I am a forensic scientist in the DNA section.
And where specifically?
At the Texas Department of Public Safety Crime Lab in Garland.
And how long have you been doing that?
About 6.5 years.
And what type of background and education did you have to, first of all, be hired to do that job?
I have a Bachelor of Science with a major in biology and a minor in chemistry from the University of North Texas, and a Master of Science in Pharmaceutical Sciences with a concentration in DNA analysis and serology from the University of Florida. And I also have a license through the Texas Forensic Science Commission.
And in addition to you being licensed by the Texas Forensic Science Commission, is the lab accredited through that same organization?
It is, yes.
As well as ANAB?
Correct.
Okay. Now, since you've come on, once you were hired there, what have been your duties since you've been there?
My job duties include screening evidence for the presence of biological fluids like blood or semen, performing laboratory procedures for DNA analysis, making interpretations and comparisons of known evidentiary profiles to known reference samples, preparing reports of my findings, and testifying in court.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
So we're on our 5th DNA analyst in this trial so far. KJ said, so thank you so much for your support. T, wow, toys. I always have to say it like that. Said worst was Dr. Lewis in the Letitia Stark trial. And we might have to see her again. Can you imagine? Wow, okay. For me, you know what the worst was? As I just said to Stefan, the Daubert hearing, in the Burgos Aviles trial. Oh my word, that was bad.
I'm just going to show you number 297, and which shows the suspect, the victim, and the lab report number. Are you familiar with that particular case that we're here talking about today?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And with regard to that case, did you perform some work that was ultimately reflected in the final reports that were issued, I believe, in September of 2025?
I did, yes.
Okay. Can you talk to us about the work that you did in a general sense, and then we'll talk about what specific items that you were dealing with?
I performed the laboratory procedures. It's a 4-step process that we use to obtain the DNA profiles, and I did this for both our autosomal testing and our YSTR testing that is male specific.
Okay. And autosomal, is that sometimes also referred to as STR testing?
Yes, autosomal STR.
Okay. So there's YSTR and autosomal STR. Is that right?
Correct.
All right. So you did work on items for both of those. Let's talk about those two categories. Is the work that you did different for those two categories or the same?
They will differ at the 3rd step, the amplification step, where we use a different set of chemicals to target specific regions on the Y chromosome for the YSTR testing.
Okay. And is that part of the work that you did in this case?
It is, yes.
Okay. So let's talk about the different items that you dealt with in this case. I believe you have the lab submission form there in front of you. If you need to refer to that, you can. Does that match your records as far as the items that were submitted to be tested?
Yes, it does.
So using that maybe as a reference, can you tell us what items that you worked on? Would it be easier to talk about them in the two categories, the autosomal and then the YSTR?
Yes.
Okay, so let's talk about, first of all, the items that you did the analytical work for the autosomal STR. What items were you involved in that process for?
There were several stains from the polo, a sweatshirt, jeans, underwear, sock, and another set of blue jeans, as well as bungee cords in different areas of a vehicle, a truck.
In all of those, none of those items that you just mentioned were related to the YSTR, correct? Those are all autosomal?
Correct.
And now let's talk about the items that you processed related to the YSTR process.
Those would have been the vaginal swabs, anal swabs, oral swabs from the sexual assault kit, and then the known sample from the suspect.
And were you involved in the process before or after the depletion had already been separated out?
That would have been after. I would have come in afterwards.
So you didn't deal with any of the items that were sent to Bode Lab or Bode, correct?
That's correct.
Only the items that were ultimately dealt with in the reports that were issued in September of 2025.
Correct.
So you dealt with the swabs from you said YSTR for the swabs from the sexual assault kit, and what other items again?
And then the known reference sample from the victim.
Okay.
I mean, excuse me, the suspect.
The suspect, okay. And just kind of, let's talk about those two items again. What did, you talked about the 4 parts and that there's a difference between the two. Is there any additional information you think the jury needs to understand what you physically did in this case?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. So, do you have specific protocols and procedures that you have to follow in your work there at the DPS lab in Garland?
Yes, we do have standard operating procedures.
And did you follow those standard operating procedures in this case?
I did.
Okay. And is your work just, and this relates not only to you, but to all of the people involved in the process of testing evidence, how is that work verified after your work is done? Does somebody else look at it to make sure you didn't make a mistake?
Yes, so after the 4 steps are completed, I put all of the documentation together, and that batch paperwork will go through a technical review by another qualified analyst.
And if that ends up being an issue, then are the corrections made and re-reviewed to make sure that there are protections along the way so that there's no inaccurate results?
That's correct. If any corrections are found, I would have made those corrections, and then the batch is signed off so that the cases in the batch can be assigned to an interpretation analyst.
Okay. And the interpretation analyst in this particular case, what was that person's name?
Her name is Kristen Cassota.
Okay. And with regard to this particular case, once you kind of just briefly explain for the jury, how you receive your assignment, where you go to get the samples you're going to work on, and after you're done with the work that you've already described, what you do with the samples at that point.
Typically, a supervisor will assign the batches to be run, and the samples would have already been prepped. So a small cutting is prepared in a sterile tube, and that tube is barcoded so that we are able to track it through our chain of custody. And it's usually kept in a refrigerated space until I am ready to start my process.
And then once you get done with the process that you are doing, what is the state of the evidence at that point?
So the results from my process, we will retain the DNA extracts frozen so that they're available for any future testing.
Is there anything else you feel like you did in this case you feel would be relevant to the ultimate results that are contained in the reports in September of 2025?
No, I believe we've covered everything.
Thank you. I'll pass the witness. Cross-examination.
Good morning, Ms. Kelly.
Good morning.
Good to see you again. I have just a couple of questions. Now, Ms. Cassota was the interpreter, correct?
Correct.
And that's the person who would make any kind of subjective decisions about the analysis?
Correct.
And that would be things like what is an artifact, what is not, that sort of thing?
Well, I would have sort of done that as well. That is the last step where we use a software tool to visualize the DNA profiles, and I evaluate each profile before giving that final copy of it.
So can you tell me more about that, the parts of your process that involve you making a determination rather than just following a protocol?
So that part is still in our protocols for me to do. It's called data analysis. So once we obtain the data from that final step, I will go through each profile as well as use a profile comparison tool to compare all of the profiles in the batch, make sure there was no contamination, and verify that the positive and negative controls that are included also worked correctly.
So does that include, and I know most people aren't familiar with this, and I'm not super familiar with it, but how you have the printout that shows where the alleles are, and it's really like a gray fuzzy line, right? Is that part of what you do is determine is this an actual marker or not, or is that wait for Ms. Cassota?
Right, so the DNA profile, it looks like sort of like a graph with peaks. And sometimes there could be peaks that might be at the baseline level and could just be noise. So if the software is calling that a real peak, it is my job to go through it and evaluate and ensure that it's either marked off as an artifact or it remains as a real peak.
Yeah, so that's not just left up to like the computer. There's actually a human being that is involved in interpreting DNA.
That's correct.
That's what he's right.
With regard to that, is there other human beings that are involved in checking those results and making sure that they are accurate through that process, both technically and subjectively?
Yes, that's correct. So the technical reviewer who would have reviewed my badge paperwork is doing the same thing I am doing, as well as Kristen later on in the interpretation process would have also looked at each profile separately.
Thank you. No further questions?
Mr. Goble?
And that would be kind of where it would end, is with Kristen and whoever's doing her reviews.
Correct. After Kristen is finished with her report, we also have another set of technical review and another administrative review before that report is issued out.
Pastor?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
May she be excused subject to any potential recall?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
So we still didn't hear anything conclusive. Oh dear. 5 DNA analysts later. But they were very thorough, that I could say. Adam Bluefire said most medical examiners must have a very earthy, detailed astrological birth chart with a lot of Virgo. Is that so? Okay, and what else did you guys say while I'm pausing? And not that Mickey said, I like digital forensics and dislike mental health experts that that say don't go. Dr. Lewis, huh? Oh my, that was quite something. All right, so let's see what's next.
Witnesses en route. So, going to have to make you sit in the jury room, and as soon as he gets here, we'll bring you right back in. I don't know how long it'll be, so bear with me, okay?
The next witness is not there yet. Luckily, we're behind, right?
I'm sorry.
Okay, we'll be in recess.
I know it. Just for any one of
Okay, turn the audio off. We're just listening in a little bit, okay? Okay, don't go. It says TYO Toys, don't go. So if you didn't hear, the judge said that they were waiting for, he actually said it in that accent. The next witness is en route. I would say en route in South African accent. I'm South African, if you don't know. Anyway, so they waited. Wait to see how long they waited. About 15 minutes or so. All right. We skip right over that. Thank you so much all for being here. Did you check if your like button works today? Check if it works. It might not. Okay. Italiana said justice for Athena.
All right, everyone may be seated. This witness has been previously sworn to testify truthfully. Mr. Becker.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Becker, would you please introduce yourself to the jury by telling them your name?
Yes. My name is James Becker.
And feel free to talk to them. You know, I'm going to ask you the questions, but they're the ones that need to hear your answers. So, can you just spell for the court reporter your first and last name, please?
Yes, James, James. Becker, B-E-C-K-E-R.
And if somebody would refer to Jim Becker, would that be you as well?
Yes.
Okay. So tell us a little bit about yourself. How are you employed?
So I work for Velociter Solutions. I'm their Vice President of Product.
Can you spell that? Spell your,
Velocity.
Velociter, yes. Velociter, V-E-L-O-C-I-T-O-R. Solutions, S-O.
Oh dear. So we know what we're heading towards, right? Velociter. You work for Velociter is the system, the camera providers for all the FedEx trucks. Oh no. So maybe they're not going to play it for the public, so don't worry. We don't have to worry. The judge said that they're not going to stream that audio and video of Athena in the van. But that's probably coming up, right? Okay, here we go.
L-U-T-I-O-N-S.
And when we're here in court, it's difficult for me and everybody else, especially witnesses, to kind of make themselves slow down a little bit and talk, because the court reporter's taking down everything that you say, and we can't talk over each other. So we just kind of focus a little bit on doing that as we go through this process. Is that all right?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, sir. Now, with regard to Velociter Solutions, what do you do for that company?
So I am the Vice President of Product, so I guide our product strategy, including our software, which would be mobile applications and our web platform, and then hardware integrations to go alongside that.
All right. And tell us, how long have you been working for this particular company?
I've been with Velociter Solutions for 15 years.
And were you there at the beginning of this company, or were you hired by this company after it was already?
I was hired by the company after.
Okay. And so, since you've been employed there, has the company grown both in scope and also the different things that they do?
Yes, sir. Yes, we've grown in scope from our products to the hardware we work with to the employees we have and customer base.
And talk a little bit about that. Talk about the company itself, kind of what are the different things you do, and how many people work for you, that sort of thing.
Yes, sir. So Velociter Solutions is a mobile software company. We develop mobile applications for customers with a mobile workforce. The company's been in business for 26 years. We have our main product is VTrack, which is our fleet management driver safety platform. We also have another product, Field Services, which is our mobile field software for, could be delivery, sales, or service in the field. And then we have some other minor product lines to go along with that.
And as part of the software that you offer to these fleets for mobile tracking, do you also, is part of what you offer to them, cameras that go along and utilize the software that you're talking about?
Yes, sir.
In addition to just being a standard type camera, are these something, what do you call the camera, the actual device that you use in the vehicle?
So it can be referred to as a dash camera. In this program for FedEx, it's a VEDR, Video Event Data Recorder.
Okay. So if I call it a dash cam or a VEDR, it's the same thing in your mind?
Yes, sir.
Does that do more than just record video?
So the device is designed to start recording, turn on when the vehicle is turned on. It will record forward-facing video and driver-facing video. The onboard device will have a storage card. In this case, the device has a storage card that was capable of storing 40 hours of video, and then it will overwrite sequentially. The device sends up GPS breadcrumb with a cellular radio that's embedded inside of it.
Okay, so you're going to have to slow down there just a little bit. Okay, so let's talk about what you mean by GPS breadcrumb.
Yes, sir. So it's the latitude and longitude of the device. So it has a GPS radio and antennas that'll connect to GPS satellites to determine its location, along with the cellular radio to communicate that data via the cellular networks to our cloud.
Okay, so embedded within the camera, you said there's a cellular device that communicates with the cellular network. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Right. And because those breadcrumbs, why do you think they call them breadcrumbs? Or do you know?
I don't know that I could answer that question.
But if
I mean, it's from the tail of dropping breadcrumbs to find your way back. So,
does it create a trail that you can then follow to determine somebody's movements later?
Section leading yard.
Go ahead and finish the question, and then don't lead your
Well,
witness.
I'll rephrase. You said from the story about dropping breadcrumbs, what was the purpose of dropping the breadcrumbs?
so you can retrace your steps.
Right. And does the breadcrumbs that you're talking about allow you to do that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So does it also have certain things that you potentially call events?
Yes, sir.
And can you explain what you mean by events?
Yes, the device contains an accelerometer, which will detect G-force for events such as hard brake, hard turn, hard acceleration that are set at a threshold. Those events will be set up to our platform, and then we request the video footage from the camera at that time to be able to show what happened during those events and track additional behaviors that we note during those events. There's also a panic button for the driver to press, which would be a panic event to our system.
What would you call a panic event?
Usually drivers will use that for if they're in trouble, if there's an accident, if there's something that they want their management to see, they're able to press that button.
So for instance, if somebody was hurt like if a person had run into somebody, would they be able to press that button and notify management that this had happened and somebody needed to respond based upon it?
Yes, sir, that's the intent. The platform allows companies or users to set up notifications via email and SMS text based on events. So one of those events that they can use for notifications is panic, and they would be notified in near real time that the event occurred and be able to see the video footage from that.
Because if it's working properly and you have both of the cameras that you described, what should you be able to capture if that button is pushed?
Well, what we send as footage, or what we request from the camera footage when a panic alarm is pushed, is 30 seconds prior to the button being pressed to the point the button is being pressed. The goal is, as you can see, forward facing what was happening for 30 seconds before they pressed the button up until they pressed it, and also driver facing to observe anything that happened in the area of the driver's view, out the windshield, and then within the cab as well.
And the utility of that, you give all those possibilities of what can be used from your software. Do all potential users of that software and camera equipment, do they take advantage of all those opportunities?
No.
Pause for the answer. He looks worried, yeah? He should be. He knows. This is the worst evidence. I think, as you guys were saying in chat, I don't think he knew it recorded audio. He probably thought just video because he covered the camera. But it recorded everything. It recorded the video before he covered the camera, then it recorded the audio for a long time after that, which, shame. The jury, I don't know. I don't know how the jury will cope with hearing what they're going to hear, right? But you could just see, ooh, now it's looking a little concerned. He should be.
Okay. Let me ask you specifically about your relationship with some of the clients that you, I don't know if you call them clients or customers, but the people that you sell your equipment to and you sell your software to. What kind of companies are those generally?
They are typically a customer with a fleet. A fleet would be defined as a number of vehicles. At the time, it would have been 100 vehicles or more. So a business that has a fleet of vehicles that they want to track and help with their driver safety program. Today, we do much smaller fleets, down to as low as 5 vehicles, to provide the same sort of utilities as well. So really, it's a business with a fleet of vehicles.
Understood. So did you have you're a vendor, or I don't know if you're a vendor, I keep using that word, but you, are the company that produces the camera equipment and the software. Are there other companies that do that same thing?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Not maybe exactly the same way, but same type of thing.
Similar to industry, yes.
Yeah, okay. And so within your customer base, do you have some larger companies such as FedEx?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you do all of the cameras for all of FedEx across the United States, or just certain areas, or what?
So we work with FedEx Corporation, which has several entities within them. FedEx Ground has independent service providers that they contract with to deliver packages and pick up packages. As part of this program, we are one of several vendors chosen that comply with the program that FedEx has aligned with on what events we would send and what data we would provide to FedEx along with that. And FedEx Express, we also provide cameras to, but again, not the sole provider.
So within the FedEx company, you said they have a different name for what we would call the dash cam, and that was Becker, is that right?
Yes, sir. VEDR.
And what does the VEDR stand for again?
Video Event Data Recorder.
Okay. So within the FedEx company, have they established some protocols that their subcontractors would have to have these type of equipment within their vehicle in order to be a subcontractor for FedEx?
Yes, sir.
And are you familiar with a company by the name of Big Topspeed?
Yes, sir.
And also Southern Star?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what were those companies in relation to FedEx brand?
They were independent service providers.
Okay. And you call them within your industry ISPs, correct?
Yes, sir.
That's not internet related, it's independent service providers.
Yes, sir.
Gotcha. So both FedEx and Southern Star were ISPs, is that right?
No, sir.
No? Okay. Not FedEx, but you, thank you for correcting me. Both Big Topspin and Southern Star were ISPs related to FedEx Ground. Is that
Yes,
right?
sir.
All right. Did you have these video event data recorders in the different vehicles for both of those two ISPs?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the specific location of the FedEx ground facility that you were working with in this particular case, and not address-wise, but general area, do you know where that is located at?
I don't.
Okay. But in the area, was it here in Texas?
Yes, sir.
Versus where you're from?
Yes, sir.
And where are you from?
Charlotte, North Carolina.
And is that where your company is based?
Yes, that is our headquarters.
Now, with regard to these ISPs, once those routes are assigned to whatever ISP that they have through FedEx, are they essentially independent from FedEx as far as who oversees their drivers and their vehicles?
Objection, Your Honor, I'm not sure this is within the scope of his knowledge.
I'll let him answer it if you know.
I would say it's my understanding that the management of those routes is the independent service provider, whether it's the owner or a business manager under their staff.
Now, under your contractual relationships with these ISPs, who owns the camera?
The ISP.
Okay. And as far as the data that is downloaded onto that camera, same is true, is that right?
The actual, I believe, per contractual with FedEx, the breadcrumb data is owned by FedEx, but the video footage is owned by the ISP.
Gotcha. So with regard to that, the driver doesn't have any ownership interest over any of that, correct?
No, sir.
All right. They're the ones that are, the data is being recorded based upon what they're doing with the vehicle at the time, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I want to talk to you about the specific date of, I believe in your case, it would be December the 1st of 2022. Do you remember that date?
Yes, sir.
Why is it that you remember that particular date?
I was in a meeting, and our customer support manager came into the meeting and asked for my assistance because they had a law enforcement call and they were not sure how to handle it.
So tell us what you did next.
I went to our customer support center, to the agent that was taking the phone call. They briefed me on what was happening, that there had been an abduction, and that there was video footage, and that they had, I believe it was an FBI agent on the line.
Okay. Now, before we go in any...
He said December 1st, right? December 1st of 2022. Oh, would this be the first person that then saw the footage? Shame. And heard it? And then handed it over? I don't know. But that in itself must be traumatizing. Athena was abducted on November 30th of 2022. And by December 1st, everybody was looking already like, wait. There was a FedEx package delivered, but the guy didn't mark it as delivered. He didn't even finish delivering all the rest of what he was supposed to. Yeah, let's find that guy. They found the van, they found the guy. They spoke to Tanner Horner on December 1st of 2022 already. And then, of course, we're like, let's check what the cameras recorded. How absolutely horrifying. By December 2nd of 2022, Tanner Horner was arrested and charged with murder.
Further down through what happened next, I want to ask you, are you familiar with the product, the V-Track product, and how it works?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And let's talk about that for a moment. What kind of information, just from the video itself, if you're watching a video off of one of these recorders, what kind of information would be available to you other than just what you're seeing on what's being videoed? What kind of things are you going to be able to see?
So the video includes an overlay that contains the serial number of the camera. It will include a timestamp in UTC or GMT time. It will include the speed of the vehicle and then the GPS coordinates as they're updated through that video footage.
And so, as you're watching the video, will you see the speed change based upon what the driver is doing?
Yes, sir.
What else would be changing as it's going on?
The time will change as it goes on, and also the GPS coordinates.
Okay. And with regard to the time, is that time in a specific time zone?
It is in UTC or GMT. They're the same.
All right. So, just for purposes of the record, is UTC universal?
Coordinated universal time.
Coordinated universal time.
Yes, sir.
All right. And then GMT, what is GMT?
Greenwich Mean Time.
And are those the same?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And with regard to that time of year, specifically, late November, early December of 2022, what would be the difference in time between UTC time and the time here in Texas, in Central Standard Time?
So here will be 6 hours prior to UTC time.
Okay. And the way that that's noted often is like UTC -6, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So if UTC time showed 23 or 11 p.m., you would have to back that up. You subtract 6 hours from that, and that would be 17, which
Yes,
would be what time?
5 p.m., sir.
5 p.m. Okay. So just so that it's understood that what you're watching, the time's not going to be exactly the same as it is here, but the reason is because of what?
The reason UTC time is used is it doesn't change. We don't have the daylight savings time. You don't have time zones that a vehicle could cross. So that way it's a coordinated time that can be seen through footage.
And based upon your knowledge of the software, if you're able to examine a specific camera, specific downloaded storage device from that camera, are you able to tell whether or not you believe that is operating correctly and capturing the time correctly based upon the event data and everything else that goes into the video event data recorder other than just the video itself?
We would use additional items on our platform where we have the owner's time zone, which helps us determine that offset from UTC time.
And were you asked to let me ask you, how are you able to get video off of the video event data recorder?
There's 3 ways to obtain video footage from a Becker camera. The first is through a cellular connection to download a video clip from the platform. At the time, our platform offered 30-second video clips. So you do a manual download, you find the time that you're downloading, and you choose to download and you wait for that video to be downloaded through the internet. Another option is to remove the storage cards and use a proprietary tool to play that footage, and you can export that footage. The third option is you can attach a USB drive to the camera itself and connect to the camera with the manufacturer's application and download that footage as well.
Now, what type of storage device is maintained within this video event data recorder?
It was a standard SD card for that model.
And when you say a standard SD card, a lot of people know what that is, but some people don't. So can you describe it, please?
I say standard meaning the size. I don't know how to describe an SD card, but today there's micro SD cards and there was mini SD cards, but this was a standard SD card, approximately 3 inches wide by 1 inch and maybe a 1/16 of an inch thick.
And were you asked to access remotely some footage from a particular vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did that particular vehicle relate to a particular driver?
Yes, sir, it was a driver.
Okay. And so what kind of information, you were at the point where you'd been called out of the meeting and now you're going to talk to your people about what's going on. So pick it up from there and tell us how it went from that point.
I'll be honest, this wasn't something that had occurred in the past. So I think the first thing I tried to do was establish that the people on the phone were the FBI. I remember asking them if they could send an email so that I could verify their email address to determine that. The next piece is technically the footage is owned by the independent service provider. So I was able to, I think through that phone call, reach out or speak to that owner to verify I could release the footage, which he agreed. And then once the FBI I had received emails to know they were who they were, I started the process of trying to locate the footage in question.
Okay, so let's stop there for a second. The person you talked to, would that have been related to the big top spin, the owner of the vehicles?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you remember that person's name?
I think Mr. Davis, sir.
Richard Davis?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And was there another person that you were communicating with that was associated with FedEx ground facility?
I do not remember interfacing with anyone with that.
Okay, so you talked directly to Mr. Davis, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And if there was issues with one of his vehicles, he would be the one that would have the information you need to access that particular vehicle's SD card, is that right? Or better?
Mr. Davis would have had the ability himself to access that footage. If I remember correctly, they were asking us to obtain that footage on their behalf.
Understood. So when you received that information, what information did you have to get from Mr. Davis in order to be able to know which camera that you were trying to access?
The vehicle number.
Okay. And where is the vehicle number located on the vehicle?
It's my recollection the vehicle numbers are on the back of the vehicle, above the back door. They may also be on the front of the vehicle, but from my experience, they're on the back of the vehicle above the door.
But somewhere on the vehicle, there's a number, and if you have that number, then you can access that vehicle and download remotely clips from that vehicle. Is that right?
Yes, if you're an authorized user with our
And
software.
Were you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, understood. So, based upon that, did you get that information from Mr. Davis?
Yes, sir.
And did you then download clips or several clips or a clip off of that vehicle's video related to a certain time frame.
Yes, sir. We were able to view footage from a time frame, from the description of what the FBI had described. We thought that was the footage. We downloaded video footage, but unfortunately, the downloaded footage was an hour off because I was in East Coast and the owner was in Central Time. And because of the urgency of it, I took a screen recording of the video and sent it to the FBI agent with my phone. Sorry, I took a video of the screen with my cell phone.
All right, so you're looking at something on a computer, and you said you took a video of what you were looking at with what?
With my iPhone.
Okay, and then what did you do with that video that you took?
I sent it to the FBI agent, I believe, via text message. It may have been over email. I don't recall.
And once you had done that, I guess let me ask you this. I want you to describe, you go into the room, you begin to try to download the video. You were given a time frame to look at. What did you see when you pulled up the video for that particular time frame?
I believe it was a driver.
Just Your Honor, hearsay. I don't think that video's been admitted yet.
I'll let him answer your objections overruled.
It was a driver of a FedEx delivery truck, and there was a small child in the truck as well.
May I approach you, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
All right, so based upon that, what you saw, kind of what's going through your mind at that point?
I don't recall. I mean, I think panic, to be honest. That's why I was having trouble downloading the actual footage, and the urgency from the FBI agent on the phone for them to be able to see what I was seeing.
And is this...
They must have given him a big fright, hey? And I don't think so, right? Tanner Horner wouldn't have known that it only records for 40 hours, or would he? I don't think he knew that it records audio. So based on that, I don't know if he knew it recorded over itself, kind of recorded for 40 hours, right? Damn. So I'm really glad that law enforcement was on it so quick and could recover that. Because imagine if they didn't. I mean, that is really solid, direct evidence. Absolutely horrifying. Because the audio just states that you can hear him attacking Athena and trying to kill her multiple times. So, shame. But this poor guy that saw that first.
What date, if you remember, is this taking place on?
I believe this happened on December 1st.
So this would be Thursday, December 1st, one day after Wednesday, November 30th, 2022. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So once you send that video, did you stop there with what you were doing?
On that day, yes, sir.
Okay. So did you do anything else with regard to doing any research related to this particular situation?
So on the following day, I had seen on the news that they were still looking for Athena, and I thought, well, there's more that I have access to. So I took it upon myself to pull that vehicle back up in our VTrack platform. I was downloading footage, now knowing the time zone difference, and I started looking into the breadcrumb trail of that vehicle on that day, and I found several locations where the vehicle had stopped in the time frame that the FBI agents were speaking to me about. And so I took screenshots of that and provided that to the FBI agents as well, because I thought it might help in their investigation.
And can you describe these?
Sorry, hold on. Not that Mickey said, I nominate him a Grizzly. Mr. Becker made sure it's the FBI. Yeah, he first was like, let me verify that it is actually the FBI. And then he did everything in his power to get them what they needed. Yes, he did. He's amazing. You know, it's amazing that he did that to help them to get this evidence. Imagine if they lost that just because time passed, right? Wow. Yeah, court docker said, wow, good on him. He was getting as much as he could, as fast as he could.
Specific locations where you determined the vehicle had stopped?
I believe one location was at a gas station. One was at a bridge. To me, it looked like there was a boat ramp where it was stopped, and then I think one was just on the side of the road.
And did you communicate those, other than just a screenshot, did you communicate those specific locations GPS-wise to FBI agents?
Yes, sir.
All right. So once you have done that, did you receive some further communication from investigators related to how to access the data, the complete data off of the SD card from that particular camera?
Yes, sir. I was contacted by the Texas Rangers.
And do you remember the person that you spoke to?
Joe Espinosa.
All right. And when you spoke to Ranger Espinosa, what was the subject matter of that conversation?
The subject matter was how to access the video footage that was on the SD card of the camera.
And did you give them some specific warnings and admonitions as to how to handle that particular item?
Yes, sir. The video format is a proprietary format that's on the storage card, and when you insert that storage card in a Windows computer, it does not recognize it as a valid file format, and you'll be prompted to format the SD card, which in previous situations where we had accident footage or other footage that people wanted to get on the SD card, that's detrimental to having the footage. So I had cautioned that there is risk when inserting that into your computer.
Okay. And the risk is that if you were to reformat that card, what would happen?
It will wipe the card. It will erase what is on the SD card.
And so, based upon that, did you and Ranger Espinosa make plans to do something other than just have the detective download that onto a regular computer?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Ranger Espinosa made plans to come to Charlotte, North Carolina, to our facility for us to work together to retrieve the footage from the storage card.
And did that take place?
Yes, sir.
And at that time, were you looking for just a specific time frame on that SD card?
My recollection from that day is we were looking for footage because of the UTC time. I believe Ranger Espinosa has a current footage of up until midnight UTC time, which would have been 6 p.m. In Texas, but he did not have the following day UTC, which would have been 6 p.m. to midnight on there, and so we worked to get that footage for him. So the complete day of November 30th, 2022 in Texas time.
Understood, because UTC time, it would already have been, at 6 o'clock in Texas, UTC would have been midnight.
Yes, sir.
It would have been a different day, UTC-wise.
Yes, sir.
So are they separated out like that as far as how the videos are categorized one day and then the next day, but it's in UTC time?
On the cameras, they are. Yes.
So once you downloaded the rest of what would have been Central Standard Time, November 30th, 2022, did you give that download to somebody?
Ranger Espinosa took that video footage back with him.
Okay. Now, were you then contacted later to actually come to Texas to re-examine the SD card with the defense experts present to make sure that the complete download of everything related to the defendant that was on that SD card could be recaptured?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you just kind of explain the process of how that took place and what, if any, special equipment you brought with you in order to make that happen?
I brought with me one of the cameras. It's an older model camera that we do not sell anymore, but we had some. They have power supply because these are usually plugged into a vehicle, so they run on 12 volts and not your standard 110 in an outlet. So a power supply to be able to power that camera. so that we could insert that SD card in that camera and use a USB drive to be downloaded directly from the camera to the USB drive.
I'm focusing on the day of November 30th, 2022, Central Standard Time, so that would include part of both days, UTC time. Were you able to recapture all of the video from that particular day, the entire route from beginning to end, that Mr. Horner was driving that vehicle?
We were able to recover all of the video that was on the SD card from that day or days from the camera. I do not recall if there were any breaks where the camera may have turned off.
Okay, understood. And let's talk about that before we ask anything else. Are there parameters as to when the camera will turn off in relation to when the vehicle is powered down?
Yes, sir. The camera works. It will turn on with ignition. And then when the ignition is off, we have a timer set for the FedEx ISP program that's for 15 minutes. So the camera will stay powered on for 15 minutes after the ignition has been turned off. And at that point, it will shut down.
Somebody said that earlier in chat. You said that that's how your wife's truck works. I can't remember what your handle was. Sorry about that, but you're right. So when the ignition is turned off, the camera doesn't just turn off with these cameras, with this velocitor. As you just said, it stays on for 15 minutes and then it turns off. Okay. So I'm just so glad that they were able to get this footage. Because, I mean, they already spoke to Tanner Horner the next day. That's how obvious and dumb he was. You know what I mean? Did he really think he's going to get away with this? There's no way. There's no way. But with that time pressure, the footage that they could lose after 40 hours. Yeah, I'm really glad they got it. Not glad for the jury, though, that's going to have to hear that.
So, in addition to the date of November the 30th, at that time, were you able to recover additional days on which Mr. Horner was driving that particular vehicle?
Yes, sir.
And if you remember the dates, do you remember the dates?
I believe there were a few days prior, but there were some breaks in that from a calendar perspective, and I believe the following day also had video footage.
And is it possible that it was both the following day and the day after that as well?
Yes.
Okay, I apologize. The following day, on December the 2nd's videos, was there actually a different vehicle that was owned by Southern Star, I believe, or a different company, ISP, that was, the video was downloaded off of that?
There was a second card that was introduced to look for footage.
Okay, and were you able to access footage from that SD card as well, on which the defendant could be seen driving the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In order to do that, you had to get the SD cards from somewhere. Where did that come from?
Someone from the Wise County Sheriff's Department or law enforcement brought evidence in packages. They pointed out that it was sealed, I think more for the other people in the room, not maybe me, and opened those and had some sort of log to report that.
Okay. May I approach you?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you two items. First is, do these in order of the exhibit. First is State's Exhibit 95, and the second one is State's Exhibit number 116. And do these appear to be the packages that were opened in your presence where the SD cards were retrieved from?
Yes, it's the same type of packaging.
Okay. And just looking at the different license plates and the time frames, do those appear to be related to the vehicles that we're here talking about?
I don't see a license plate.
Okay, right here.
I don't know what the license plates were. The vehicle numbers would be what I identify for myself.
Based upon the fact that they were open, you examined them and saw the videos that we were just talking about.
Yes, sir.
Do you believe that these are where they came from?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, with regard to what I would call the abduction vehicle, were there 4 separate days or 4 separate days of routes driven by the defendant.
Objection to leading, Your Honor, I think.
I'll rephrase your honor. How many separate days were there of video that were able to be recovered on that from that particular vehicle related to the defendant?
I believe there was 4 that we downloaded.
All right. And then on the final day, what we call the arrest vehicle, how many days were on that particular one?
I believe just 1 partial day.
Okay. You said that you brought these are already in evidence, so I'm not going to move to admit them, but you brought a special camera. Kind of explain the process of how that went down.
Yeah, it was not a special camera. It was just a camera, the same model that was installed in the truck in question, and a power supply to be able to power that camera, and an adapter cable or USB to be able to insert a USB drive into that camera.
And did you then, in the presence of myself and others, download those videos one by one onto, I guess it was a flash drive, USB flash drive, or a number of them, so that they could then be accessed through a regular computer, either through MP4 or AVI formatting?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And was that something that was a quick process, or?
No, sir. It's quite time consuming to download the footage or export that footage. And we did it in segments of 30 minutes to an hour.
Okay. And is it a straight one-for-one download? You understand what I'm asking?
I do not.
When you're watching it, does it take 1 minute to download 1 minute of footage?
I don't know if it's exact. It's close to that, yes.
So if there was 5 different days of routes, this took a significant amount of time to do that, correct?
Yes.
All right. Once that had been done, on the next day at the Wise County Sheriff's Office, what happened?
I believe that is when the defense joined the room, and with a video expert that they brought in as well to get copies of the footage.
And were they given copies of the footage that you downloaded?
Yes, they were given jump drives that contained the footage, or a hard drive that contained the footage. I'm not sure which.
And did their expert also download the actual SD card in a device that he brought to be able to do that?
Yes, he brought a device to make a copy of the SD card.
Do you, based upon your expertise related to your own software and hardware that was accessed in this case, do you have an opinion as to the validity as far as the information, other than it being off by 6 hours because of UTC time, coordinate-wise, time-wise, and speed-wise? Do you believe that that video event data recorder was operating correctly?
Yes, sir.
And that it was capable of making an accurate recording?
Yes, sir.
And that it did, in fact, make an accurate recording on each of the days that it was downloaded?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, can we approach?
Yes.
Okay. Go forward a little bit. Did the jury go out or what?
Mr. Becker, I want to thank you.
What? That's it?
Seriously.
Shame.
For what you did in this case.
Yeah.
Now pass the notice.
Cross-examination.
Right. Sure. I mean, this Mr. James Becker, he's the hero of the case because he took it upon himself, to be like, wait. I gotta make sure I screen record this. I gotta make sure that I tell Ranger Espinoza that you gotta actually come here and physically get the SD card. He made sure to take screenshots and just do everything he possibly can, even, of the locations that he saw, to give the FBI clues, first verifying that he was actually talking to the FBI. Yeah, I know, he did a really, really good job. We didn't miss anything there, right? We saw the ceiling and that was it. Let's just see. Yeah. Let's just go a few seconds back here. Maybe we'll hear something. No. So it does sound like Tanner Horner left the vehicle running for that whole hour, right? Because it recorded everything. Otherwise, it would have shut down after 15 minutes. Sorry, we're going to see that one part again here. Janet said the ceiling is getting to be sus. A little bit, huh? Thank you, Ashley.
Mr. Becker, I want to thank you.
Yes, sir.
Seriously. For what you did in this case. And I pass the notice.
Cross-examination.
Yes, sir. Morning, Mr. Becker.
Good morning, sir.
Good to see you again. I have a few questions for you. Okay, I know this was 2022, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you know if Mr. Horner's vehicles that we're talking about actually had that panic button back then?
The panic button was supplied. I do not know if it was installed, sir.
Okay. I just didn't remember us talking about that in your prior testimony, so you don't know that his vehicles had a panic button.
I do not know.
Another thing, earlier I think you testified in response to Mr. Gray's question about Southern Star being an ISP for FedEx. I don't think that's correct. Do you think maybe they were an ISP for Amazon?
I'm not sure, sir.
What about a company called Polaris? Did that ring a bell?
It does not, sir.
VTRAC is the name of your fleet management system. I think you described it as a fleet management driver safety program.
Yes, sir.
And that software you use includes machine learning, correct?
Today it does, yes, sir.
Yeah, I believe you had earlier testified that it included machine learning to alert the driver if they're not driving safely, such as using their phone, following too closely, not wearing their seatbelt, things like that.
Our current generation of cameras do have machine learning for events like you just described. The generation of camera that was in place at the time did not have those capabilities. It was accelerometer-based events.
Shame they got to try and hate the defense, but I mean, really, this is not evidence that you can actually defend. Hey, it's terrible.
Did you recall testifying about the operation of those cameras in December?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the
Did
question?
you recall testifying about the operation of the cameras in this case in December?
I can't recall specifically if that was a question I responded to or not.
Do you remember when you described the EDRs, and what does that stand for?
Video event data recorder, sir?
And at that time when you were asked what they do, you talked about them recording events. So now it's your testimony that they don't, the cameras at that time that we're talking about don't record events.
No, sir. The cameras do record when the vehicle is turned on. The camera turns on and starts recording to its internal storage. It then will stay on until 15 minutes in this case after the vehicle is turned off. It will send, that camera in particular, sent events such as hard brake, hard turn. That camera had the functions to be able to send events for hard brake, hard turn, hard acceleration. It just wasn't the expanded set of events that we have in products today.
Okay, so it's your testimony today that those cameras only dealt with the driving features of the vehicle, not what the driver was doing.
So the events were based on accelerometer events of the vehicle, so G-force of the vehicle. The video footage was forward-facing, driver-facing. As part of the FedEx program, we have a video review center where when those events are retrieved, we review those events and we mark for behaviors. And some of those behaviors are driver-facing behaviors. As an example, if a driver was using a phone and a hard brake occurred, we would mark that hard brake event as driver using the phone.
So, but even then, it was sending that data to the cloud.
The device would send an event and our cloud retrieves a specific time based on the event. So for events, the standard is 6 seconds before and 6 seconds after the event, so a 13-second clip. But as an example of the difference would be a panic event, we do 30 seconds before up until the event.
Okay, and the purpose of that, making that 13-second clip, is so that the ISP or whoever your client is can review those clips.
Yes, the clients can see what was happening before the event was triggered and after a short period of time.
And I believe you testified for so that they could do any kind of rating or any kind of coaching they needed for the driver.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
They could do ratings or coaching of the driver based on that event.
That is correct, sir.
And FedEx is a client of yours?
Yes, sir.
And you provide FedEx with these visual event data recorders?
So FedEx does utilize our video event data recorders in some of their vehicles. Yes.
But FedEx requires their contractors, their ISPs, to use these VERs?
Yes, sir.
Now, you talked about those contractors for FedEx.
Oh man, there's more questions. Spearhead, I was just waiting for them to finish, sorry, with their cross-examination, but I'll pause there for a moment. You said, I do not understand why this is going on. He admitted to doing it. They're putting the family and everyone else through horrible details. I would hope you've seen day 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, and are we on day 7 now, right? Every day at the beginning, I tried to explain for everyone that missed why we're all seeing this, why we're seeing all this evidence, right? Because Tanner Horner pleaded guilty. So we went to phase 2, right? So there was going to be a 2-phase trial. It's a death penalty trial. You know what? We would have heard a lot of this twice had he not pleaded guilty. Then we would have heard the evidence from the state and the defense. They'd both put on their case. The jury would go deliberate. And then if they came back with guilty, which I think they absolutely would have, which is why I pleaded guilty, then we would go to phase 2, which is where we are now. Check out the Sean Finnegan trial and the Burgos Aviles trial because it worked the same way. Thank you so much for your sticker. I'm also just explaining for anyone else who didn't know. So, yeah, by Tanner Horner pleading guilty, we just fast forwarded to the penalty phase. Here we are. And so the state said in the opening statements, because each phase has opening statements and closing arguments and deliberations. So in phase 2, the state's opening statement said, we're going to give you the whole package right here in phase 2. You're going to hear all the evidence. We're going to make sure you obviously that they get everything to help with their deliberations. And the only decision is, what should he be sentenced to? Life without parole or the death penalty? He's facing the death penalty. So that is what they would deliberate on. Is he a future danger to society? Yeah. Okay. There's a few factors that they'd have to, check off to actually vote for the death penalty. They'll get there when it gets to jury instructions. Right now, we're still just busy with the state's case. Now, I do want to say, there's a long lunch break, so don't worry if I'm pausing and you just want to get to it. They're going to almost finish up here now, and then they go on a long lunch break, okay? We have time, right? Todd with a heart said, gee, don't even bother trying to explain this to people who refuse to understand what's going on. It happens every day. I got stamina, huh? I do want to say, if the state had offered a plea deal and Tanner Horner had accepted the plea deal, then the death penalty very likely would have not been on the table. He would have been sentenced to life without parole, and we wouldn't have seen phase 1 or 2. But they didn't offer him a plea deal. And in a case like this, I kind of wish, even if, I don't know what you guys feel about this, but I wish they did, because it would spare the jury from hearing this horrifying evidence that they will never be able to unhear. They will never be able to unsee that FedEx video of Athena in the van, and they'll never be able to unhear the audio of Tanner Horner attacking her you know? That is going to be so deeply traumatizing. So, yeah. Spearhead, now this is you again. Okay, you said, I understand how the law has to work, but he does not deserve to be here. Thank you for covering this case. I know it's going to be difficult for you and everyone. Thank you so much for your support. I really appreciate it. Okay, we're good? Let's listen to the rest of this, the cross-examination. They got to try. They're trying hard over here.
Can remotely pull those videos and download them?
Yes, sir.
So now that would mean that if the driver had their phone out or anything like that, those would get recorded as an event. But you're saying for these cameras, it would only be the hard turns, the hard brakes, the speeding, things like that.
Yes, sir.
And the contractor we're talking about here was Big Topspin.
Yes, sir.
And all of their cameras were equipped with all their vehicles were equipped with Veloster cameras based on the FedEx requirement.
I believe that all of their vehicles, I cannot confirm that. It's not a requirement that that all the vehicles have the same vendor such as Veloster Solutions.
The vehicles in question today, though, had your cameras.
Yes, sir.
And it's your testimony before and today that Big Topspin was not using any of those download features.
When I looked into it, there were no downloads from the owner.
And you testified today that Mr. Davis needed you to access or asked you to access the video for him, even though he would have had access to it.
I think I asked for his permission,
Sir.
via the phone.
To your knowledge, did Mr. Davis ever access those videos?
To my knowledge, no.
But he could have.
Yes, sir.
And this is a fleet safety program.
Yes, sir.
And it's meant to monitor the driver's behaviors.
Yes, sir.
You also testified previously that these video cameras can be viewed in real time. Would that include the video cameras from that day?
Yes, sir.
So not only could you download data of the driver's performance, you could download data of those specific 13-second events, but you could also monitor drivers in real time.
Yes, sir.
To your knowledge, Topspin wasn't doing any of these things.
I wouldn't have any ability to see if they
Just
used
going
it
to
or not.
object to the relevance as to whether they were or not. I think he's going to answer as to this particular case, and I just object.
Overruled.
You want me to repeat that?
Could maybe the witness explain how a microphone works? How close you have to sit to it? For people to hear you, sir, defense attorney, we're on day 7. The public is begging you to get closer to the microphone, right? Oh my word, Mary, thank you so much for your support.
Yes, sir.
I think I was asking, to your knowledge, Topspin wasn't taking advantage of any of those features, reviewing the downloads of the events, reviewing in real time, doing any other monitoring.
So from my analytical perspective, the tools we have in place, I can see if a user has logged into the system, and we would be able to see if there were videos downloaded. It's my recollection I did not see either of those.
That's what it's showing.
Redirect.
Just one further thing. When you downloaded that original video that you described before, did you download other clips as well for the FBI?
I believe so. I don't know in particular. I'd have to look at, I had a log that I sent. That's what we have.
Okay. All right. Thank you. No further questions.
Mr. Gold.
Nothing further down.
May Mr. Becker be excused kindly?
Can we approach?
Okay.
Don't you leave us now, Judge. Sometimes the judge will just end the day right here. Stop it. They do come back for a second here because I went forward like this earlier to see what's going on. Yeah. And then they go for lunch. So we shall wait. Somebody said he's been in jail? Yeah, since 2022, since December 2nd of 2022. Yes, indeed. Okay. They're gonna come back any second now. Just want to see something here. Okay. I don't want to miss it. I don't want to go forward and then miss it. Wait. We'll try a little bit.
Okay, we're going to break for lunch. Your lunch is not here yet, but as soon as it gets here, we'll get it to you. And I anticipate that we will start at 1 o'clock. Okay, so enjoy your extended lunch, and we'll see you at 1 o'clock.
Maria said he had a $1.5 million bond. His family could post 10% of that. But they couldn't, right? So he's been in. He's been in jail this whole time. Oh, we're back to the ceiling, everyone. Are they going to come back? Huh? I wonder. I hope so. Every day we hope they come back. I'll monitor the court feed right now. If you're watching live with me, then it is 12:20 p.m. They're coming back. The judge said he anticipates around 1. So would you like to read, would you like a presentation to read through the probable cause affidavit, to read through the lawsuit, the wrongful death lawsuit that Athena's family filed? Or I could play Athena's mother's interview for you, but I'm going to have to interrupt a lot for copyright purposes. So you tell me. I'll wait. The court is on a lunch break. You can open your lunch boxes, Grizzlies. Okay, so let's see what you guys are saying. It's the defense asking if big topspin is supposed to, well, if they can see the live cameras, you know, they can. And wow, I just hope that's a lesson. Hey, just check them. Hey, have someone check the cameras. Damn. Just now, one of your drivers is freaking abducting somebody. Oh my goodness. Like, he did this on the job. I'll never stop saying it. Like, that's how depraved Tanner Horner is. He will literally be in his uniform, in his work van, on the job, with 5 more packages to deliver that he didn't that day. He just got up the next day and delivered them then. He carried on with his work as well. He said he went home and watched Game of Thrones and then had dinner and went to sleep. But anyway, he's so depraved he could do all of this on the job. Can you imagine? Okay, wait. Let's see if you guys have answered. Mom's interview. Most of you are saying that. Okay, cool. Ooh, Buttercream says probable cause. Nice choice. Kelly says presentation of your choice, please. Well, when I say presentation, and we'll get to that all now, I mean, where is it now? You know, it's one of my presentations, but it's in the trial prep video. So let's do a combination. I'll first quickly show you this. I won't go over everything. Do not worry. Do not fear. Like and share, please. That's what you can do in the lunch break if you haven't yet. So, shame. Athena's favorite color was pink, as we know. And what I want to do from this slide quickly is just show you here at the end. I just want to remind you all the things that Athena loved. She loved the color pink. That's why the whole courtroom, you know, her family, they're wearing pink in honor of her. That's why I'm wearing a pink necklace, and sometimes I have a pink top, right? And I got a pink mug too in honor of Athena. So pink was her favorite color. The community later honored her with pink Christmas trees, pink clothing at memorials. The fire department, they lit up their buildings, pink, everything, right? By lit up, I mean with lights. That sounded weird, the fire department. Lights, pink, okay? So she loved Christmas. She loved the holidays, decorations, and the magic of the season. And she was looking forward to going home to her mom for Christmas because she'd been living with her dad, right? Since May of 2022. And she was so excited for Christmas. And it was actually a Christmas gift from her stepmom and dad that arrived the day that she was abducted. on November 30th of 2022. Barbies. So she loved Barbies and fashion. She was excited for the You Can Be Anything Barbie dolls that were delivered the day she disappeared. She loved princess play, makeup, and jewelry. She loved dressing up, playing princess, and experimenting with makeup. Animals, especially horses, dogs, cats, lizards, chinchillas. She enjoyed horseback riding, singing, dancing, laughing, and playing outdoors with her sisters, swimming, drawing, and just being active. She was a first grader at Paradise Elementary and loved it, and her teacher, Mrs. Thompson, who we saw testify on the first day, and she loved McDonald's, candy, and anything that made her smile. Okay, so let's quickly see. Interesting. BK Smith said on April 6th, the Dallas Morning News said the parents canceled their lawsuit. I don't think I can attach that here. It's behind the paywall, so I can't give you a link. You could still send a link. You could send a link. I might be able to see it somehow, you know. You could send it to me, grizzlytruecrime@gmail.com. Okay, now let me find Athena's mom's interview that she did. Hold on one second. I had it here a second ago. Okay, yeah, this full one.
So Maitland will go.
Okay, this one. All right. Here, we're going to watch this. Now, wish me and the channel luck. Please don't strike me, WFAA, please do not. It happens. Local news channels sometimes do. You only need 3 of those on your channels. Bye-bye. So let's hope that doesn't happen. Cindy, thank you so much for your sticker. And Bold and Snarky, thank you for the 5 delicious coffees. Okay, so I'm going to show you this interview. Fair use applies. I'm making commentary on the interview. And so I will link the interview in the description box for you as well. The source is, I do believe it's WFAA, hold on. WFAA 8. Okay, so let's do it like this. Athena's mom, hold on, one more thing. I'm going to see, it was 3 years ago, December, wow. In her first interview, shame, December 17th of 2022. Okay. Wow. All right, so here we go. Ready? This is Athena's
Go
mom.
ahead and get started. First and foremost, I want to thank you for sitting down with us and talking with us about this subject. I know it's a tough one. My first question, and I kind of mentioned it before we sat down, is really to just get an update on you. It's been 2 weeks today since the Amber Alert was issued. There's been a lot that's happened. What's this last 2 weeks been like for you and for your family?
It's been rough. Mostly it's been rough for my daughter, my 3-year-old. She doesn't understand why she can't call Sissy or why Sissy hasn't come home yet, because this is a very long time for her to go without seeing her sister.
Shame. And on Athena's mom's Facebook account, she'd actually posted a video of Athena's little sister after they dropped her off because, you know, Athena was going to stay with her dad. And her sister was crying so much, like really, really missing her already, you know what I mean? So never seeing her again is just so sad.
We're coping. We're trying to function. It's been long. It's been hard, but it feels very chaotic at the same time. A lot of moving parts.
I think the public has been so gravitated toward what has happened to you and your family because it was said at the vigil, and I think it was said very well by one of the pastors, that this could have been anyone's kid out there. This could have been anyone's child. This could have been anyone's pain. And I think a lot of people have tried to stand in your shoes to understand how you feel, but we can't. We can't understand that. Is there any way you can tell us what it's like to stand in Maitland Gandy's shoes today?
Sorry to pause it like that. I'm so sorry. Very good questions from the interviewer. I'm going to say one more time. I'm going to be interrupting, okay? It's to abide by copyright rules. In fact, I was supposed to do it every 6 seconds. I'm not going to do that. But I will be making commentary on this interview, okay?
I'm sad. I'm angry. I'm confused. I am doing my best But to stand in my shoes, I don't know how to describe it. I don't. I wish I did, so other people could understand. I've been very scared. I don't sleep very often. I don't sleep for an extended period of time the way people are supposed to. Noises at night scare me. I triple check my doors every night. I hold my 3-year-old tighter and I'm scared to let her go. Everything's just very, very scary. And very, very...
Which I can only imagine, right? I mean, who would think that a FedEx driver contracted, from big top spender, but a FedEx driver, just someone delivering packages, not necessarily the ordinary stranger danger, you know what I mean? It's like, oh, familiar faces, okay. Oh dear, that a FedEx driver could abduct while on the job in his uniform and murder within an hour a little girl, 7-year-old Athena Strand. That must have made everybody, still to this day, very scared, right? So yeah.
Very sad.
When we met 2 weeks ago, the only thing I knew about Athena was that she was missing and that people were working tirelessly to try and find her. Before the Amber Alert was issued and before I think the country and the area got to know her, you knew her very well and you knew her as, her mom. Can you tell us just a little bit about her and just about who she was to you while you were living with her and teaching her and instructing her and raising her for her 7 years?
Athena was, I think the way her teacher worded it was very polite. Athena was very free-spirited and wild, and she loved to jump in muddy puddles, and she was very smart. I said I wasn't gonna cry.
Shame, she's being so strong. It's like a bit background music here. And I'm also going to do this quickly. There you go. All right, okay. I don't know how she's so incredibly strong.
I'm sorry. I do okay until I start talking about her. Athena was a lot of things. I'm sorry. Just 2 seconds.
It's okay.
That's the thing, it's not okay. Athena was very free-spirited and loving and kind. And I think a lot of things that people miss when they see me is not me. It's the fact that Athena would run up to anybody and scream out their name and give them hugs and say hello because she didn't know a stranger. Raising her was the best 7 years of my life.
Shame. So even though Athena, I mean, her last journal entry from school on it was for October 27th of 2022. So it was a month before she was abducted and murdered. They learned about stranger danger in school, right? But, if it's the delivery guys and they come into the house quite often, you might not think that they're strangers. Or we also don't know if Athena did walk up to him and say hello or anything. All we know is that the state said that Tanner Horner put his hand over her mouth and said, "Don't scream or I'll hurt you." And he said it twice. He put his hand over her mouth and he picked her up and put her in the van. That's what we know from opening statements, right? Okay.
And I just expected a lot more years. So I don't know how to describe raising her, because it was just, raising my girls has always been everything to me. And I was robbed of that.
when we spoke for the very first time, you said none of this added up. You said this didn't make sense. There's no way she would have just disappeared, wandered off. Your instinct was correct. What was it like for law enforcement, for you as a mom, knowing that nothing was adding up? You know, the minute that they told you what had happened or that she had been found. Can you walk us through that moment, or do you feel comfortable walking us through that moment?
When we found out originally that Athena was no longer with us, Sheriff Aiken was there, and we had been escorted to a room, myself, Athena's father and stepmother, and then my dad, Jacob's father, and Jacob's mother, because I asked for our parents to be there. And one of the FBI trauma agents, she had escorted us into that room, and I knew from the moment that Sheriff Aiken walked in that he was going to tell me everything that I had felt had happened. It's hard to look people in the face when you're giving them the worst news of your life.
And we saw how it affected Sheriff Aiken, right? He's retired now. He actually said that this would be his last case. But it affected it. He said, I think I just saw too much, right? I've shown you that little clip as well before. We saw him testify, I think it was on day 1. So either day 1 or 2. But I think it was on day 1, right? All timestamp for you. You could just check the pinned comments or the description box or hover over any of the replays and you will find who testified and when. But that must have been really difficult for him as well, right? And he was so emotional in an interview as well, saying that all he ever wanted to do was, you know, to help. And he was so sad that, of course, Athena was not found alive in this case.
I knew when he walked into the room and he was looking down, and he had his lips rolled in, I guess is how I would describe that. I don't remember what he said. I remember feeling broken and empty. And I couldn't breathe. I literally stopped breathing. And it took my dad and the FBI trauma agent to make me start breathing again. I don't know how to describe that feeling. I don't. And I think a lot of people in those experiences try to block it out. And I just remember the feeling of not being able to breathe and crying. I don't know how to answer some of these questions. I'm sorry.
Shame, and she did so well. I mean, this was on December 17th of 2022. Athena's body was found on December 2nd of 2022. She's only 7 years old. I mean, it just, even when they testified, the medical examiner testified yesterday, right? You know, as to her injuries. And even when they testified to recovering Athena's body, that should never happen to anyone, let alone a little 7-year-old girl. Shame. GBear55 said a mama's heart knows before any words are spoken. I don't know if you guys remember the Naomi Irion case. The family created a hashtag called #TrustTheFamily, and because they knew as well something was very, very wrong, and Naomi had been abducted too. So #TrustTheFamily, you know, shame. That's poor mom.
That's okay. What you're saying is totally fine. We just want to know, based off of what you told me originally and knowing what had happened, you know, how you handled that as a mom. And I want to ask, based off of, you know, what he spoke to and told investigators, allegedly we now know that he told police that he accidentally backed into Athena and then put her in the van, that she was alive at the time, she was breathing, and that he decided to take her life because he was in fear of the consequences that would happen. I know you've read that. I know you've been told that. and we know that people are trying to verify and get the facts correct. But if that alleged confession is true, that he could have done the right thing, and your daughter would be alive, how do you react to that?
Oh my word. I mean, Tanner Horner, just with these stories make no sense, right? Nobody's just gonna back into a little girl and be like, oh no, I panic, I put her in the vehicle, and then I just try to break her neck. That didn't work out, so then I murdered her and threw her in a river naked? No. That's why he's in the position he's in. No one's doing that. Nathan Albright said, Naomi Iran was a friend of mine. I'm so sorry for your loss. Some of these cases, they just, if not all of them, they stick with us, hey? Naomi was only 18 years old when she was abducted by Troy Driver from a Walmart parking lot, yeah. So, and her family, shame, they feared the worst, and the worst happened. So, what would Athena's mother, that's the question, what would she say if Tanner Horner's story was true, that he backed his FedEx van into Athena, and then she was injured, panicked, put her in the van, and that's why he killed her? Okay, that's a very tough question, but I do appreciate how the interviewer asks these questions, right?
I've thought about that a lot, actually. Jacob and I are very forgiving people. If that were the case and Athena was not injured, or even if, she had a few bumps and scrapes, he could have just driven away. We wouldn't have went after him legally. We wouldn't have done anything. We would have forgave him, because accidents do happen. But he chose to do more, and what he did is unforgivable. I did Athena's hair, and I dressed her before the funeral. I did all of that myself. And I have a hard time believing that Athena couldn't have just walked away.
So already then we knew, okay, so Athena wasn't injured, right? Because that wasn't public yet. Like what we saw, we hadn't seen that horrifying picture, of Athena in the truck, which is a screenshot from the FedEx camera. We didn't know. So up until the trial, everyone thought maybe his story is true in some way. No. The state came out saying absolutely not. There's not a single bit of truth to that story. And now we also know, seeing that screenshot, they lied, because Athena wasn't injured. You could see it from the we didn't see the footage, but from the screenshot from the footage, right? Shame. So, and she, Maitland Gandhi, she did Athena's hair for a funeral, and she was the last to see her as well.
In my opinion, and I'm not a medical examiner by any means, Athena could have just walked away. And I wish he would have let her.
If you could say anything, or even ask anything to the suspect, is there anything you'd like to ask or say to him?
I don't think he would ever give me the answers that I want, or that I think I need to hear. If I could sit down in front of him, I think what I would like to tell him is that he is nothing, but Athena is absolutely everything. And I will make sure that everybody in this world knows that he is nothing and she is everything.
Death penalty. Law enforcement, prosecutors say that they want to seek it and go after it in this case. It's not at the DA's office just yet. But hearing that news, how do you as a mom in the situation or react to the punishment that they're seeking?
First, pause before we go on there. He is nothing, and Athena is everything. Right? Yeah. Tanner Horner better know that. Mm-hmm.
I support the death penalty in any sentencing that may come, as long as it's to the fullest extent that we can get it to. Every breath that he takes is one that my daughter doesn't.
Which is so true, right? Okay, hold on. Sorry, I'm going to pause it there. Every breath that he takes is one that Athena doesn't. I'm personally hoping for a life without parole, but not in protective custody, okay? You gotta be in Gen Pop. Gotta be in Gen Pop. Yeah, you gotta face the music. Because sitting on death row for what, 10 years, 20 years? Oh no. That's a long time. You know what I mean? It's a long time for him to have meals and I don't know. I know he'll be isolated, but you know what I mean. To be breathing when Athena isn't. As Athena's mom just said. Brooke L said, Athena looks just like her mommy. Yeah, she does, right? She does. The Miss Oracle said, damn, I'm crying, G. Sorry about that. Thank you so much all for being here. The court's on lunch, right? So we've decided, the consensus was that we watch this in the long lunch break. All right.
The funeral was really beautiful. And that was something that you told me over the phone. And you said that everybody wore pink. It was a bright occasion. Disney songs were sang. I think that you, and sharing obviously that you did her hair, I think that you, if anything, were very pleased that you gave her, a final send-off that was very fitting for, like, as you said, a Viking princess. Yes. Can you walk us through just that day and how there was a lot of things and a lot of people that did a lot of things for you, I think, to make that day a little easier? Yes.
We used Hudson and Torres Family Funeral Home from Bridgeport, Texas, and they were very understanding. I didn't want people to feel sadder than they already felt. I wanted people to see Athena for Athena. I wanted them to know what Athena loved. So Athena's father and I and her stepmother picked out Disney songs, happy Disney songs that she would love, I have recordings of her just screaming. She wasn't the best singer in the world, but she definitely tried. Yeah. And Jay Hudson did a lot for us. He was a very, very kind man. The church was pink as could be. There was pink flowers. There was more stuffed animals. And there was Athena. And she looked beautiful. She had a big JoJo Siwa bow on, very sequin and sparkly. And she had a beautiful felt pink dress on. And of course, her eternal bed, as Trey calls it, it was beautiful. She looked very comfy, very warm. And I wanted people to see Athena for as beautiful as she's always been.
Shame. Wait.
A little girl.
Like that. Oh, man. That sounds like a beautiful funeral. Of course, incredibly sad. But, favorite Disney songs, everything pink. And I'm sure you guys have seen, right? I've shown you clips before of the beautiful casket that was made for her, that was donated to the family. So, yeah, okay, let's just quickly see what you guys are saying. Webs of Deceit Untangled said, I love that they celebrated her. Same. Who
seemingly has no enemies.
I don't know one person in this world that's just never not loved Athena. Mm-hmm. It's hard to not love a child in general, but it was extremely hard not to love Athena.
You told me over the phone that the hardest part about that day was seeing her face for the last time.
I didn't realize how hard that would be. I guess I didn't think about it. I mean, I knew ultimately that would be the last time, but the actual reality of it, when it set in, it was rough. So I was the one who saw her face last, and I closed her casket before her daddy and her uncles and her grandfathers carried her out. And I held her hand and I kissed her. And I told her how sorry I was and how much I love her.
Shame. A lot of people maybe missed some of the testimony or the trial prep. Maitland Gandhi got sick. I'm not too sure. I mean, we don't go into the specifics of that. She got sick, and she had shared custody with Jacob Strand, Athena's dad. And so the arrangement was that Athena would go and, because she lived with her mom in Oklahoma, right? So she would go live with her dad, and she was enrolled in school there for grade 1, and she loved school and was all excited. But she lived there from May of 2022. Shame. And she was supposed to go home back to her mom for Christmas. So imagine her mom, sorry, I just want to see what's going on here. Imagine her mom like saying goodbye to her just for a bit, like see, maybe she visited in between, I'm not sure, but like see you for Christmas. And then this happens? Oh man.
And that was the last time I saw her.
The community has been incredibly helpful to you and your family. And a lot of people have came to know the name Athena Strand. You know, how can you kind of tell people about that love, you know, that you've kind of witnessed over the last 2 weeks? Because it's not just been people locally, it's been people from all around the world.
It was very unexpected, and I'm more than grateful, but I don't think there are words to describe. There are no words to describe how grateful I am, and all of Athena's family is. The outpour from law enforcement and other agencies that responded to her case, as well as the hundreds of, if not thousands of volunteers. And of course the churches and Jay Hudson. I know I wouldn't have made it through without those people. I just wish that they would have actually got to... I'm sorry. I wish everybody that helped me find Athena would have actually gotten to meet Athena as Athena. Because everybody would have loved her so much more than they think that they already do. It was a privilege to know Athena and to raise her and to be her mother. And I just want everyone to know that I am very grateful for everything that everyone's done. The love and the prayers are felt. And I'm sorry. I keep thinking of her face.
Shame. Oh my goodness. Thank you for watching this with me, everyone. It's really tough, eh? Oh my goodness. Okay. I wanted to say as well, thank you to everyone that followed this case with me too. We'd been following it since the beginning. I don't know when my very first episode was, but we went over the probable cause affidavit on December 9th of 2022. So that episode, it should be on the playlist. Let me just quickly check for you so that you can see it maybe later if you wanted to. Yeah, it's on the playlist. So, shame, yeah. That information came out fairly quickly. You know, we don't get to always see probable cause affidavits and things, but Tanner Horner confessed. He said, yes, he abducted Athena and murdered her, but here's why. And then he made up that BS story of injuring her and all of that. Okay.
The thing I want to ask last is, you want Athena's name to be remembered. It's one of the reasons why you're doing this story with us, or at least sitting down with us and just talking with us about this. And we appreciate that. But even before sitting down, I remember the day after the conference, you know, where they talked to us about what had happened. You were on Facebook because people wanted to know about your daughter. People were eager to learn about your daughter, and you were not afraid to type away just a few little things that people could understand about her. I think that's a very admirable thing to do as a parent who's just been through a catastrophic moment, to not let people lose focus on the fact of who this person was that we lost. You know, can you just tell us what you want people to take away from all of this as a lawsuit comes out, as we learn more about the suspect, you know, as this story continues down this line and checks boxes off? What is the one thing you want us to remember?
That was back then. Imagine how horrifying it is for the family of Athena to sit there and listen to Tanner Horner's police interviews. I mean, we're listening to it like, what the hell is this guy talking about? Oh my goodness, taking absolutely no accountability for what he did, which he confessed to doing, pleaded guilty to doing, but just how he tried to, lead the police astray and all the things he was making up about zero. I think, in my opinion, he made up the alter ego, right? I don't know. Maybe some people believe him. I'm not sure. I don't. In my opinion, I don't. I think he's faking all that. But imagine having to listen to all that crap that's now come out in the trial about him, seeing the body cam. Wow.
That Athena was a real little girl. She was very, very loved. And to sorry. I want people to know not to take the time with their children for granted. Because I would do anything to go back to May 23rd of 2015 and relive every moment from that time forward. That's what I want people to know. I want people to know her. She's not just a name and she's not just a face. She was a real little girl and she was taken from me. And we need to do better to protect our children and expect better of other people.
All right.
Well, it's been 2 weeks since Athena Strand was abducted.
Sorry, that's okay. Let me just quickly check the time. Thank you for watching that with me. I'll link the full episode in the description box as well. So if you want to watch that without commentary, you can. Let's quickly do this. Wait. Court is on lunch break, as we know. Somebody said something unrelated. However, Swammy Quiche, you could click the 3 dots next to the comment you're referring to and email it to me. Give me the link. I want to see. I'll see it later. Okay. So wait, I want to just quickly see something over here, which is, there's a whole playlist on WFAA. We've got a few minutes left. There's one that I wanted to show you. What is it? That's not it. That's not it. There's an Athena alert. I want to show you that. Difficult to find right now. There's a lot on this playlist. Stand by. And then we're going to switch to the court feed. Okay, wait, I could put this music off now. There you go. There is an Athena alert bill, right? And it was signed into law in Texas. Bill. Sorry that you're just staring at me now. There was a video that they made that said, what is the difference between that and an Amber Alert? So it doesn't have to, it's, if you can't prove that somebody was abducted yet, then an Athena Alert can go out in Texas, right? Just to make sure it's a regional alert then, so that everybody can be on the lookout to see if they hopefully would find the missing child. Okay, so I will look for it while we bring the court feedback up, because they said they're coming back at 1 p.m. And so what we can do is put this back here. Shame. Poor Athena. This. Okay, so let's just resize everything for ourselves so that we are ready for the afternoon session. Oh dear. I wonder now, you know, at some point now the jury's going to hear They're going to hear and see that evidence. It might be this afternoon. The state might even rest, for all we know, after that. We're not going to see it. The judge has already decided that the public will not see it. So that's good. Because I don't think that should be out there. Even if people are curious, and they might want to hear it and see it, I don't. But if they are, I don't think it should be out on the internet. It could get in the wrong hands, right? Okay. So the sound is on. It is 1 p.m. local time. If you're watching live with me right now, if you're watching the replay, just follow the timestamps. Go to the next spot where court starts up again. But yeah, they should be coming back from lunch now, and off we go. Will the judge end at 3? 3:30? Go to 5? Did he even go to 5 one time? I don't think so. Not yet, right? Okay, so what do you guys have to say? Ruby Slipper said, Amber Alert, you have to have a car or plate, right? And with the Athena Alert, you do not. There's actually, hold on one second. We'll look for things, you know, while we're here. Because once we start reading something, you know how it goes, then they come back. This one. Okay. Did we read that one already? We signed that one. Okay, interesting. Yeah, this is a good one. Let's look at this one. Okay. Here. And there you go. All right. Thank you to Grizzly Cat for all the documents obtained in this case, which I've read quite a few to you already, right? Okay. So this is a bill to be entitled an act relating to a local area activation of the alert system for certain missing children. This is the Athena Alert, okay? Be it enacted by the legislator of the state of Texas, Section 1, Chapter L, Subchapter 411. Government Code is amended by adding Section 411.3555 to read as follows. That section, local area activation for certain missing children. On the request of a local law enforcement agency that knows a child is missing but has not verified the criteria described by Section 411.355A, and if the chief law enforcement officer of the local law enforcement agency believes that activation of the alert system is warranted, the department shall 1. Activate the alert system only in the following areas. A. Within a 100-mile radius of the location from which the child is believed to have gone missing, or the location in which the child was last seen, as applicable. And B, in all counties adjacent to the county from which the child is believed to have gone missing, or in the county in which the child was last seen, as applicable. And 2, notify appropriate participants in the alert system as established by Rule, Section 2, Section 411.356. Government Code is amended to read as follows. It's only 2 pages. So just so you know, we're on the second page here. Local law enforcement agencies, this is now Section 411.356, okay? Before requesting activation of the alert system, a local law enforcement agency must verify that all criteria described by Section 411.355A or B as applicable have been satisfied. On verification of the applicable criteria, the local law enforcement agency shall immediately contact the department to request activation and shall supply the necessary information on the forms prescribed by the director. Section 3, this act takes effect immediately if it receives a vote of 2/3 of all the members elected to each house as provided by Section 39, Article 3, Texas Constitution. If this act does not receive the vote necessary for immediate effect, this act takes effect September 1st of 2023. Under your scar, said thanks for your coverage. Cheers from Ontario, Canada. DP worthy case for sure, in my opinion. Yeah, okay, so let's quickly see what you guys are saying. All right, so now that is one of them. I just quickly want to see. I want to actually, they're not back yet. The judge said around 1. Listen, Judge, I'm telling Judge, do not just end the court there, okay? Don't do that to us. So now we've also got this. There you go. Is there a troll in the chat? Naughty. Don't worry. The mods eat trolls for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Okay, nice. So this says, Governor Abbott signs Athena's alert into law. Austin. Governor Greg Abbott signed the Athena Alert bill into law on Tuesday, allowing law enforcement to quickly issue a regional alert when a child goes missing without confirmation of an abduction. The law, named in honor of slain 7-year-old Athena Strand, takes effect immediately. They said, "I would like to thank Governor Abbott and Texas lawmakers for expediting the Athena Alert and for everyone who supported this life-saving legislation," said Athena's mother, Maitland Gandy. It has been 6 months since Athena was killed, and every day she's been in an indescribable struggle. It gives me comfort to know that Athena's legacy will live on and help save the lives of other Texas children. The Athena Alert is similar to an Amber Alert, except it allows law enforcement to quickly activate an alert in a localized area within a 100-mile radius to adjacent counties where a child goes missing without verification of an abduction. It essentially closes the gap between the time a child vanishes and a statewide Amber Alert may be issued. There you can see the Athena Alert bill. Shame. Okay. Of course, I'm going to state the absolute obvious. One just wishes that she was just still alive, just living her life, you know what I mean? Just still playing in the yard and with the favorite tree and lining up her toys there. And oh man, she would have been 11 now. So, on Wednesday, November 30th of 2022, Athena was playing in the front yard of her father's Paradise home in rural Wise County when she went missing. An Amber Alert wasn't issued until the following afternoon, about 24 hours later, when investigators determined that her disappearance met the strict criteria for Amber Alert, which is codified in Texas Government Code Section 411.355, and requires law enforcement to believe that a child has been abducted. The following day, on Friday, Athena was found dead about 6 miles from her father's home. 6 miles. I thought they said 15. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I'm just saying. I thought also on the map time. 6 miles from her father's home. Damn. Okay. A FedEx ground driver, Tanner Horner, was arrested and charged with capital murder in her killing and kidnapping. He's facing the death penalty. In March, Rep. Lynn Stuckey, who represents Wise County as part of District 64, filed House Bill 3556, the Athena Alert, after consulting with Gandy and her attorneys at, now I'm saying it right or not, Varghese, Somerset. I still don't actually know. And so they said, which have filed a wrongful death lawsuit against Horner, FedEx, and contractor Big Topspin. In April, Gandy and attorney Benson Varghese traveled to Austin to testify about the Athena Alert before the Homeland Security and Public Safety Committee, which that in itself must be so difficult. These parents are so strong. They've got such courage, you know. The bill was quickly advanced and sailed unopposed through both the House and the Senate. More than 44,000 people also signed a petition in support of the law. On Tuesday, Varghese praised Gandy for his strength and resilience, so resilient, in fighting for such important legislation in the wake of her daughter's murder. In her darkest hour, this is a quote, as she mourned the loss of Athena, Maitland Gandy turned her grief into action, formulating legislation that has now become law and will help prevent other parents from experiencing her pain, Varghese said. Thanks to Representative Stuckey, his team, and Governor Abbott, the immediate and localized Athena Alert will save children's lives. A video of Gandy and Varghese testifying before state lawmakers can be found at the lawsuit and the petition. Okay. I just quickly want to see what's going on here. Excuse me, Judge. Still just the ceiling, hey? Okay. All right, let's quickly see what is going on here. Interesting. I'm just looking, what are you guys talking about? Okay, Ace Bricker said, what a shame is the fact that we need laws and legislation to do the right thing instead of just being able to do so. I think it's probably not that simple, you know what I mean? Because they have limited resources. They got to make sure they tick all the boxes before an Amber Alert can be issued. And now, thankfully, there is a Athena Alert as well. Okay. Now, interesting. Lily Wayne, you said someone in chat said, a newspaper said. Well, objection, hearsay. But if the audio visual would be tomorrow, it would take 3 hours. Why? Maybe with questions, yeah. Nicole, I don't know how to say all that. Nicole, like Doremi. I'm so sorry. I'm going to say it all wrong. You said on a lighter note, it's my birthday. I have the gift of Miss G and the Grizzly crew. Happy birthday to you. And I hope that you have a great day. Thank you for spending time with us here. Doremi, Nicolera. Did I mess it up? Did I get it? I don't think I got it right. I don't think I got it. Okay, so what are they doing? Should we find more documents? Now, let me quickly look up as well. In fact, let me do this and go here and show you this. This one. Go here. Shame. We've seen this video before, but Grizzly Cat posted this today. I'll show it here now. Nan Lou, thank you for your $20 sticker. I really appreciate your support. You make it possible for me to make sure there's no ads on these long streams. Thank you. It's because of the community support. I really appreciate it. Okay, so I'll show you this quickly here. That's a good one. Okay. Shame. There's Athena. Okay, here we go. Here comes the sun. Okay, I can't play the music. I'm so sorry. Shame. That's Athena. Such a special little girl. My goodness. Whew. I think the jury just needs to see, you know, videos like that. Ooh, and that audio, I'm telling, man, I think it's going to make the decision a lot easier, don't you think? I think it might. Okay. Okay. Price answer Doremi is music notes. I know that, but I don't know how to say the lady's name like that. I know that one. But how do we say Nicolere like that? Nicolere like Doremi. Like that? Okay. Oh no, Southern Calibi said we might have to view his Instagram again. I don't think so. This time I'm objecting to your idea. Janet Murphy said, how many priors did Tan have before this? None official, but once he was arrested for Athena's abduction and murder, people came forward. And we heard from those alleged victims of sexual assault yesterday. There's 3 different separate charges, and the victims alleged that he sexually assaulted them when they were teenagers, between the age of 14 and 17. So if you missed the testimony yesterday, firstly, trigger warning. It was very heavy, very difficult day yesterday. And they blurred out the cameras, so we just had to listen intensely, you know, and I think it was triggering for a lot of people based on the chat. So yeah, just know that. But they did testify yesterday. A lot of survivors here. So let's quickly see. Jazio said maybe the judge will allow videos like that to be played during victim impact statements. Ooh, can you imagine victim impact statements? I know we're all visualizing sentencing already, right? Brookel said, can we see that crime scene footage? Well, I time-stamped it yesterday, so I want to show it again today. That won't be so great for the replay viewers, you know what I mean? We've got other things to do. I just quickly want to... Oh, thank you so much. Let me see something. Okay. Sir, judge, we do not want to only see the ceiling. What do you think's going on? Southern Academy said, overruled, gee, kidding. Yeah, you better be. Otherwise, you're going to go to your room. Say it like the judge, go to your room. Is the jury in their room? It's almost 3:15. Sure, Mary, you said, what happens? That's a good point. What does happen? Does anyone know the answer? What happens if a juror cannot make it through listening to the audio? That's a good question. You know? What if they cover their ears? Oh, man. Tell me if you have any experience with that. In Switzerland and in South Africa, I'm South African, I live in Switzerland, we do not have jury trials. We have bench trials. So, I don't know. I've never had the experience and I never will. But if you've ever been a juror, or if you know what happens, maybe you've got legal experience, that I do not know the answer to. Okay. Blueberry said probably gets excused. But imagine you said excused and an alternate put in place. I can't imagine what the jury is going to hear. Baby Kisser said, why they have extra jury? Yeah, but see, in a case like this, I'll say it again, I wish the state did offer, at this time, I wish they offered a plea deal. Because Tanner Horner, we could see he would have taken it, right? We could see that because he pleaded guilty him damn self. So, why? Why would I wish they would offer that? So that they could spare the jurors from hearing that. Zengen Art said, I believe if they can't hear the evidence, then they are excused and an alternate takes place. But you know, what if all of them can't bear it? It's a good question, because it's very disturbing. Anna Bluefire said, unfortunately, jurors and witnesses don't get a choice. It's all up to the judge at the end of the day. All right. Interesting. Okay. See what else I could find for you. Saw that. Ace Bricker, that's true as well. I just need a sip of water. You said it's very unusual to have audio or video of a murder. That's true as well. And of a little girl. Oh my word. Okay. Jenny Lynn said they do let the jurors know during voir dire what to expect. They are asked if they can handle it, but you can never prepare for that. Right? I mean, even most of us here know about the case, right? We followed it from the beginning. Maybe you've heard the probable cause affidavit. I'm going to switch to there now. But, you know, and I've covered a lot of cases, okay? So I feel like I got a thick skin, and an emotional shield. And I was trained when I was an airline pilot to just like, you're going to have to just, no matter what happened in your day, your life, when you get into that flight deck, there's you're in pilot mode, you see? Obviously, you're responsible for people's lives, you know what I mean? So that's a trained skill. But even so, I'm so glad the judge said the public's not going to hear it, because I don't think, I wouldn't play it. I wouldn't want to hear it. You can't unhear it. It's like when Grizzly Cat and I did a FOIA request for Gannon Stouff's case. And I didn't know that they're going to show all that. They showed all that, everything, from when they opened the suitcase and everything. I'll never, ever unsee that. You know what I mean? So, shame. This poor jury. Okay, so they seem to be back. Let's have a look. Thank you for spending lunch with me. I hope that I was better than just looking at a wall. Meaning, I hope I kept you going and awake. All right. So let's bring up the court feed. Here we go. And see what's going on.
Everyone may be seated. Good afternoon. We are ready to proceed. Ladies and gentlemen, this witness has been previously going to testify truthfully. Mr. Becker.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Cassota, will you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Kristen Cassota.
And would you spell your first and your last name for the court?
Kristencossota.
And Ms. Cassota, how are you employed?
I am a supervisor team lead within the DNA section of the Texas Department of Public Safety Crime Laboratory in Garland.
And how long have you been working for that agency?
Hang on, let me check the mics. I don't think they're, again, my bad. Imagine that. Okay, go ahead.
How long do you work for Crime Lab, DPS Crime Lab there in Garland?
Since September of 2013.
And what type of education and experience did you have leading to your job there at Crime Lab in Garland?
I have a Bachelor's of Science in Biology with a minor in Criminal Justice Forensic Science and a Master's of Science in Forensic Science, both from Sam Houston State University.
And did you go there directly out of college, or were you employed at other places before you came to?
I was previously employed at a private DNA laboratory in Dallas called Orchid Cellmark for about 3 years.
So, in your capacity, can you kind of just briefly describe what your duties are as far as your work there at the BPS Crime Lab in Garland?
As a forensic scientist, I screen evidence for biological materials such as blood or semen. I collect and preserve biological and trace evidence. I perform DNA analysis, DNA interpretation, and prepare reports of my findings, testify in court when needed. As a supervisor, I manage a team within the DNA section where I am in charge of managing their caseload, answering questions, and performing HR duties such as timekeeping and evaluations.
Understood. So, but you still perform analysis, interpretation, and issue reports on DNA findings yourself, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, with regard to the case that we're here for today, may I approach your honor?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to hand you 3 documents that have already been admitted in evidence. State Exhibit 297, which is lab submission report. State Exhibit 298, which is a DNA male screening laboratory report. And State Exhibit 300, which is the biology laboratory report.
Okay.
And just if you need to refer to those items, you can.
I have copies of them, but thank you.
Understood. But what I'm saying is, if we refer to those items, if we could do it by exhibit number so it's clear in the record.
Yes, sir.
Now, with your job there at Garland, were you involved in the processing of evidentiary items for potential DNA evidence related to this cause number that I showed you as State's Exhibit number 290, not cause number, but laboratory case number that I showed you on State's Exhibit number 297?
I perform the interpretation and comparisons for both the DNA and YSTR in this case.
And we've heard it referred to several different ways, but there is 2 different types of DNA testing, correct?
That we perform, yes.
Right. And one, you just call it, the first one, just straight DNA testing. Is that what is sometimes referred to as autosomal SDR testing?
Yes, it's the autosomal SDR testing.
And with regard to the others, that's YSDR. And we've talked about that with some other witnesses. So I'm not going to have you go into great detail about that. But what would you said that you did what with regard to those 2 different categories?
I performed the interpretations of the DNA profiles that were obtained. I then compared known reference samples to those and then issued my reports.
And so let's just kind of walk through that process. And if we need to set it up if it's different between autosomal SDR and YSTR, let's talk about one and then the other. Which one should we address first?
The interpretation is the same. The calculation of the statistics is different.
Well, let's just talk about the initial autosomal SDR samples that you were involved in testing. There was a number of items that were tested at the DPS Garland Crime Lab, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then in addition to that, were there other items that were, some initial screening was done there at your lab, but then were identified as depletion items that were then sent to the Bodie Crime Lab in Virginia?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So tell me about where you kind of come into the process. Are you involved early on or not until after the testing resumed, after the divide had been made between the depletion samples and the samples that were to be obtained at DPS Garland?
I did not get into the case until once the DNA profiles had been obtained by the other analysts.
Understood. But you did issue a report. I believe the first report that you issued was April of 2023, is that correct?
Sorry. I believe it was, but then we issued a supplemental of that report as well.
Understood.
Yes.
Understood. So early on, you issued this April 19th report called the DNA laboratory.
Yes.
What is the purpose of that report, and what is it intended to show?
That report was for the processing of the sexual assault kit that was collected, and there is a state law that requires us to process sexual assault kits within 90 days. So in cases where there is other evidence, those are typically processed first to abide with that law, and then the other evidence will get processed.
So that would be a reason that the vaginal swabs were separated out from the other swabs in the sexual assault kit, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And can I approach her?
Yes, sir.
Understanding that there was a supplement that replaces this report, essentially.
Objection, Your Honor, he's testifying.
Rephrase your question.
Let me ask the question. The question is State's Exhibit number 299, do you recognize that?
What type of filthy chatters have just rolled in here? Oh my word, contain yourself. We don't snark at witnesses. Like, what are you even saying? Who talks like that? Few comments in a row there from a few profiles. Are you the same person or what? It's always possible, right? My goodness. Also, listen, Mr. Prosecutor, don't get inspired by the defense now, okay? And also, sit so far from the mic. No, no, no. You need to be right there on the microphone.
Yes, it's a copy of that report.
And with regard to that report, I'm going to offer States 299 into evidence.
No objection.
State's Exhibit 299 is
Now, with regard to this report, you said something about a supplemental report that was issued later. Can you explain what you were talking about?
Yes, so in November of 2023, we changed the way that we report our statistic. We ended up adding a verbal qualifier to essentially help those reading it understand how much support is actually given to that statistic that's being listed. And so I issued a supplemental that just added that qualifier in so that it would be consistent with the other reports.
But did it change the results as far as the actual analysis or anything other than the verbal qualifier?
Right, it did not change the statistic.
Okay. So on that report, you're only looking at the vaginal swabs, is that correct?
Correct.
And just go ahead and tell the jury what your finding was with regard to the vaginal swabs on State's Exhibit number 299.
The DNA profile from the sperm cell fraction of this item is interpreted as a mixture of two individuals with the victim as an assumed contributor. The probability of obtaining this mixture profile if the DNA came from the victim and one unrelated unknown individual is 2 times greater than the probability of obtaining the profile if the DNA came from the victim and the suspect.
And you talk very fast. Go ahead.
This likelihood ratio indicates support for the proposition that the suspect is excluded as a possible contributor to the profile. Internal validation has shown that a likelihood ratio of this value may also indicate support for the exclusion of a true donor from the profile. The DNA profile from the epithelial cell fraction of this item is consistent with the DNA profile of the victim. The suspect is excluded as a contributor to this profile.
At this point, the suspect was excluded with regard to that particular profile. Now, does that necessarily mean that the suspect is excluded as a contributor altogether?
From this analysis, it was a exclusion with, at that point we called it limited, like it was a limited support for exclusion, is what the verbal qualifier was.
Given the fact that it's just, the ratio is so close, it's like 2 to 1 rather than big, huge numbers.
Honor leading.
Let me hear the question.
What, if any, significance did you put to that at that time? As far as whether or not further testing should be done to see if the defendant was still potentially a contributor to that swab, or whether we should just set that aside and say, no, he's not.
Objection, saying no.
No, go ahead.
When we process samples from sexual assault kits, especially vaginal swabs, we know during that laboratory process when they're identifying how much, if any, human or male DNA is in the sample, we know that there was male DNA in the sample. When you have a lot of female DNA, the female can kind of overtake it. So in cases or samples where there is a lot of female in the profile, we can try the YSTR analysis, which essentially eliminates the female from the profile and looks at locations only on the Y chromosome from a male.
And was that done with relation to this swab?
Yes.
Was that also done with relationship to the other swabs from the sexual assault kit?
Yes.
And so further testing was done on those items regarding the YSTR. What other YSTR analysis was done in this case? As far as what other items were submitted through your lab for YSTR analysis? If any.
In addition to the items from the sexual assault kit, the buccal swab from Tanner Lynn Horner was also had YSTR analysis performed on it for comparison.
And did the YSTR, were you able to get results from each of the different swab samples, meaning the vaginal swab, the anal swabs, and the oral swabs from Athena, Presley, and Monroe Strand?
Yes, I was able to interpret profiles from each of those items.
And may I approach you on?
Yes, sir.
First, I'm going to hand you State's Exhibit number 303. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And is that, what is that?
It's the supplemental report to the April 19th report.
And is that, what is the only difference between those two reports?
It was the addition of the verbal scale for the statistics.
Okay. Now, with regard to State's Exhibit number 302, you recognize that?
Yes, it is a copy of the YSTR report.
Okay. And does that report document your findings related to the YSTR analysis for the vaginal swabs, the anal swabs and the oral swabs from Athena, Presley, Monroe Strand.
Yes, sir.
This time I'll offer an evidence, State's Exhibit number 302. Oh, I will also offer 303 as well, which was just referred to.
Your Honor, after review, it's already no objection documents.
States 302 and 303 were admitted.
Now, before I ask to publish this, Ms. Cassota, I want to talk to you a little bit more about the differences between the findings that you might see for autosomal STR versus YSTR. And can you explain the differences and why they're different, if you understand? I mean, if you can do that for the jury.
For the statistics?
Yeah, yes, the statistical, how it's reported as far as whether a person's excluded or not, why the numbers might be different on one versus another.
Yes. So for the autosomal STR analysis, it is a more discriminatory statistic that is used because you get half from your mom and half from your dad, and each person's DNA is unique with the exception of identical siblings. So for the statistic for this, we use a likelihood ratio, and this is where it's a probability of two differing scenarios or hypotheses, and it determines which one is more likely and best explains the data that it sees in the profiles. The YSTR, it is paternally inherited, so each male within a paternal lineage will have the same YSTR profile, so it's not as discriminatory. And since there's only one piece of information that we get from each location we look at, the statistic there is what we call a counting method. And that is where we look at a certain database to determine if it's seen within that database, and then we give a confidence interval to help turn that number into how many times, the maximum number of times it should be seen within the U.S. male population.
And are the numbers themselves, as far as the statistics, because you said that autosomal STR is more discriminatory, is that what
Yes, sir.
So are the statistics higher in general than they are generally on the YSTR?
The numbers are larger, it's just a completely different statistic.
Understood. Okay, so with that understood, let's talk about your report on 302, which is your DNA YSTR laboratory report, admitted into evidence, issue date September 15, 2025. Do you have that?
I hope that we will be able to hear exactly, you know what I mean? Like, this is, I think, the 6th or 7th DNA analyst testifying. This sounds like we're getting closer to, so what were the results actually? What happened? How did you connect Tanner Horner to this DNA, right? I'm pretty sure it says, but right? We got to hear it. Savannah Sylvianka, thank you so much. You said, yes, the mods are hungry. They are starving. The trolls are just here. They eat them for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Angeline Strand, thank you. Angie Lynn Strand, thank you. You said, bless the family. This must be so brutal to hear, right? Thank you so much for your support.
Yes, sir.
You may I publish, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
This is a PDF document, so it displays a little different from the photograph. There at the top where it says DNA YSTR laboratory report, correct?
Yes, sir.
who's the person that drafted and issued this report?
I did.
Now, before you issue this report, is there some type of a review process that it goes through to ensure that both your analysis, your statistical numbers, everything are consistent with the protocols for your lab and for under the Texas Forensic Science Commission as well?
Yes. For each report that is released, it is first technically reviewed by another qualified analyst. Then it will also go through an administrative review process before it's released.
So let's look first of all, it says that 0101AA was used for comparison. What is 0101AA?
0101AA is the right buccal swab 1 from Tanner Lynn Horner.
So first we're going to look at item 0201. And what is 0201?
0201 are the vaginal swabs from Athena Strand.
So let's talk about the first paragraph there under 0201, vaginal swabs from Athena Strand. If you would read that first paragraph, and then I may ask you some questions about that before we move on to the next part.
Okay. The YSTR profile from fraction 1, epithelial cell fraction, of this item is interpreted as originating from a single individual. Tanner Horner cannot be excluded as a contributor of the male DNA profile. The selected profile is found in 0 of 16,388 total individuals within the U.S. database, YHRD version R69. Applying a statistical confidence interval of 95%, this profile is not expected to occur more frequently than 1 in 5,471 U.S. males. In addition, any paternally related male relatives of Tanner Horner cannot be excluded as a contributor of this male DNA profile.
And there it is. It's what they've been working towards, layer by layer. Did you see how he's like, he's also looking at the screen. Wait, what? They got you. DNA's gonna get you. Uncle Google also got you. And so did Velocitor, which is not a velociraptor, but Velocitor got you too, bro. You also got yourself. But anyway, wow. I mean, it is terrible to hear, obviously, where his DNA was found, where it cannot be excluded from. Private parts, right? That's why the state said it there. Lori B. Thank you for the 3 Big Bear coffees. So, okay, let's continue.
And so because of that, if there were no other evidence to tell you one way or the other, that any people that would not be excluded would include who related to Tanner Horner.
Can you rephrase that?
Yes, I'm sorry, that was poorly phrased. You said certain people cannot be excluded other than Tanner Horner. Who would those people be?
So any paternally related male relatives could not be excluded because the Y profile is inherited paternally. So each male within a paternal line will have the same YSTR profile.
And that would include who within his family?
Son, father, uncle, grandfather, cousin, as long as they're in that paternal line.
Now, a couple other things, YHRD version R69, what's that talking about?
That is the database that we use. It is the Y chromosome haplotype reference database, and the version R69 is just the current version.
And so, of all the people that were in that database, the 16,000 or whatever, no one had this profile, correct?
Correct. It was found 0 times.
All right. And so how do you do this statistical analysis from 0 of 16,000 to 1 in 5,471?
To accommodate for the small sample size that is currently in the YHRD database of 16,388, a confidence interval is used to determine the maximum number of times that this profile would expect to be seen in the U.S. male population. It helps keep it from making it seem like it's maybe more rare than it is, because it's 0. So with the 95% confidence interval, it is not expected to occur more frequently than 1 in 5,471 U.S. males.
Explain what that 95% confidence interval means.
The 95% confidence interval is just that we are 95% confident that that profile wouldn't, the maximum times you would see it would be 1 in 5,471. And it's at the lower end of that confidence interval to make sure that we are being the most conservative in our reporting.
Understood.
So, Sally, I think it was you that said, what does it mean? Well, doesn't mean anything good. Oh my goodness, the way that Tanner Horner said that I think it was his grandmother that asked, right? If he had essayed Athena. You said no. You know, my medication affects my libido. Can't even, like, whoa. So you're saying if you were not on the medication that affected your libido, then you would? You know what I mean? Wow. Yeah, Sally, yes. That is what it means. Tanner Horner's DNA was found on Athena's vaginal swabs. I hate saying that. I hate saying that out loud, but it is. And her body was in the water for 2 days. So even though the medical examiner testified that there were no signs of sexual assault, meaning injury, right? The essay or molestation could have happened in many different ways. Do you know what I'm saying? Okay, enough of that. Let's hear.
Okay, so talks about from fraction 1, and then the second paragraph we're about to talk about that talks about fraction 2. What are those fractions?
During the first step of the process, I believe y'all may have already talked about this, but it's the extraction process. This is where we remove any possible DNA from the substrate that is on, such as a piece of cloth or a swab. And for samples where there could be possible semen present, we do a type of extraction called a differential extraction. This just allows us to essentially try to remove any possible DNA from sperm cells from any other DNA that may be in the sample. And as I spoke of previously, right, with some of those samples from orifices, they can have a lot of the individual's DNA whom it's from. And so that also allows us to try to separate out and get better interpretable profiles.
So this
There he is. It looks like he's writing something. They better watch him for his safety, and which I'm sure they are doing. He attempted to self-delete in May of 2023. I don't know. To me, the way he looks now, they better watch him for his safety, you know, to get through the whole trial. Anyway, because this, if he goes to LWOP, life without parole, ooh, even if he's in protective custody, inmates will try to get you any moment of any day at all times. I think the fear would be extraordinary. I think death row, if he gets sentenced to death, the isolation is extraordinary. But if he goes to a max security prison, if he gets sentenced to life without parole, ooh, I think the fear of every day, what could happen to you, based on what he's confessed to, pleaded guilty to, and what's now also come out. Oh, so your semen was where now? Your DNA was, where? Yeah, you put a little girl naked into a river. And her body was in this river for 2 days, and still they found your DNA there? Yeah, and he knows. You could see. He knows. Big. You're in big danger here, bro. He already was, but like worse now, you know?
Let's go on to the first fraction was epithelial cell fraction. What is epithelial cells?
It can be any cell that is not a possible sperm cell.
Okay. So let's go on to the second paragraph, and I think that spans both pages, so I'll put it at the page break. So go ahead and read that second paragraph related to the vaginal swabs.
The YSTR profile from fraction 2, sperm cell fraction of this item, is interpreted as originating from a single individual. Tanner Horner cannot be excluded as a contributor of the male DNA profile. The selected profile is found in 0 of 16,388 total individuals within the U.S. database, YHRD version R69. Applying a statistical confidence interval of 95%, this profile is not expected to occur more frequently than 1 in 5,471 U.S. males. In addition, any paternally related male relatives of Tanner Horner cannot be excluded as a contributor of this male DNA profile.
So is it essentially the same finding on both fractions, that Tanner Horner cannot be excluded?
Correct.
Now, cannot be excluded is not necessarily saying a perfect match. That's why we have the statistics, correct?
Objection leading.
Sustained. Rephrase your
Right.
question.
So I'm just trying to explain for somebody who might not understand, because it's a little tricky when you're talking about something. You know, we want to, people want to say, is it a match, right? And do you ever say it's a match? Absolutely.
No.
Okay, even with autosomal testing.
Correct.
Why do you say it as cannot be excluded?
That's just the wording. With single source samples in either autosomal or YSTR analysis, we don't call it a match, but if at any location there is information that is in the profile that is not consistent with a person being compared, they will be excluded because it can only be coming from one individual. Therefore, all of the information within the evidentiary profile needs to be consistent with the person being compared. So we don't say it's a match. It's just the way that we are worded.
Understood. So let's go on and let's talk about the next set of flaws. Why is there not two fractions related to this next set?
These went through the laboratory process at different times, and that was due to the amount of male DNA versus the amount of female DNA in the samples. So for the vaginal swabs, there was enough where we thought we might be able to get an interpretable profile using autosomal STRs. We know that at certain levels of a male to female ratio that female may mask that male that would be present and you wouldn't see a profile. So those we preserve straight for YSTR testing. And so they just go through a single extraction. Instead of separating it into the two different fractions, it stays as one.
So with regard to the swab, the anal swabs from Athena Strand, which are listed up here as item 0202, can you tell the jury what your findings were related to that?
The YSTR profile from this item is interpreted as originating from a single individual. Tanner Horner cannot be excluded as a contributor of the male DNA profile. The selected profile is found in 0 of 16,388 total individuals within the U.S. database, YHRD version R69. Applying a statistical confidence interval of 95%, this profile is not expected to occur more frequently than 1 in 5,471 U.S. males. In addition, any paternally related male relatives of Tanner Horner cannot be excluded as a contributor of this male DNA profile.
And then with regard to item 0203, the oral swabs from Athena Strand. Can you read that?
The partial YSTR profile from this item is interpreted as originating from a single individual. Tanner Horner cannot be excluded as a contributor of the male DNA profile at the following loci: DYS 448, DYS 19, DYS 549, DYS 437, DYS 390, and DYS 456. At these loci, the selected profile is found in 0 of 16,388 388 total individuals within the U.S. database, YHRD version R629, applying a statistical confidence interval of 95%. This profile is not expected to occur more frequently than 1 in 5,471 U.S. males. In addition, any paternally related male relatives of Tanner Horner cannot be excluded as the contributor of this male DNA profile.
Now, this was a...
Okay, quick pause. It's just, the case is already so heavy. Do you know how frightening it must have been for Athena? And what she went through? Because as the state said, it wasn't quick. He had her with him for an hour. Drove away, said we're going on a drive. Maybe, I still think he went to the bamboo forest, to the field. I think he went there first. It's isolated, quiet. And then the audio recorded him. I don't know why. I don't know. They say attempting to murder her multiple times. But the thing is, I'm sorry to say, but we heard yesterday that he was very into, firstly, minors. So he's got 3 other charges, so allegedly, with teenagers, right? But also BDSM and all of that. Yeah, no, this is just the worst. It's like when you just think it can't get worse. And again, we all say, even those of us who live in countries where there is not a death penalty. Yeah, if there is though, this is the case for it. This is it. This is the one. Okay, I'm ready to deliberate.
Explain the difference between the first sets of swabs and this one as far as the profile that was obtained.
The first ones don't have partial. So a full profile is where we get information of every location that we're testing for. A partial profile means that we are missing information within those locations that we're looking at.
But not that you have the wrong information, correct?
No, it most of the time is due to the quantity of DNA that's in the profile.
And even with the partial profile, were you able to get essentially the same statistical probability or likelihood ratio?
It was the same statistic.
And just to summarize, can you tell us whether or not Tanner Horner was excluded as a possible contributor from the vaginal swab of Athena Strand?
He could not be excluded from fraction 1, the epithelial cell fraction, or from fraction 2, the sperm cell fraction.
And can you tell us whether or not he can be excluded from the anal swabs of Athena Strand?
He could not be excluded.
And can you tell us whether or not he could be excluded from the oral swabs of Athena and Presley Monroe Strand?
He could not be excluded.
Now I want to talk to you about your other report. I think we have, can I check with the court reporter, 299 and 302 have both been admitted, is that correct?
Yes.
With regard to the other swabs, are those documented on a different, or the other items that were tested for autosomal STR, were those documented on a different report?
Yes.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 301 and ask you to recognize that.
Yes, it's a copy of my report.
And does that document the findings that you made related to the items that were tested for autosomal STR?
Mine and Elizabeth Seastrunk's.
Okay. And her, before I offer it, explain what she did as opposed to what you did for this report.
Elizabeth Seastrunk cut the samples. Once they were chosen to be sent forward for the DNA analysis process, she cut them and got them ready for that process. She also, from I believe 2 of the items, collected apparent trace evidence, which could be hairs or fibers from inside of some of the baggies that we store them in. And so that's documented on here.
But as far as any analysis, that was all done by you, correct?
Correct, of the DNA, yes.
All right. I will offer the evidence states exhibit number 301 at this time.
No objection.
States Exhibit 301 is admitted.
And may I publish it?
Yes, sir.
So we've already kind of talked about the process that has taken place leading up to your analysis and interpretation. Kind of walk us through on the autosomal what you do when you get a certain item that's been gone through the process as far as the extractions and all those things, but now you're interpreting the data. Can you walk us through that?
Yes, so similarly to the YSTR profiles, when I get a profile, I will look at it, determine if it's partial or full, whether or not we got information on all of the locations or only some of them. I will also then try to determine how many individuals I believe are contributing to that profile. Then I will run it through a program called StarMix. This is a probabilistic genotyping software that just aids the analyst in separating out any possible contributors within a mixture profile. And then if there is a known reference to compare to, it will also provide a statistic, the likelihood ratio that I spoke about.
Now, on the autosomal STR analysis, let's just kind of start going through your report, and I want to make sure we understand what you dealt with. So you're taking one of the, let me ask you about the profile from the DNA swab, the buccal swab from Tanner Horner. Is that also, has that been separated out as far as portion for the different profile for the YSTR, or is it the same profile?
They're different profiles, but from the same sample. So in the process of the DNA analytical process, the third step, amplification, they're just using different kits, and that is just one is for autosomal STR analysis to obtain that profile, and one is for YSTR to obtain that YSTR profile. But it's the same sample.
No, they're going over, it says at the bottom there, sorry, I can't see, stain from left sleeve from FedEx polo from suspect's property. Oh no, they're going over his uniform again, which has his semen on it. They have to. I'm just saying, like, oh boy, buckle up, here we go again.
And so let's talk about, start going through the actual items. So the first thing we see is 0102AB, and what is that?
That is a stain from left sleeve from FedEx polo from suspect's property.
Okay. And I'm not going to have you read every word of this because we'll be here all afternoon if we do that for every item. But let's talk about, is this on fraction, was this divided into the two fractions?
Yes, it was.
Okay. and was, with regard to fraction 1, I want you to explain a little bit, get an understanding is, with regard to fraction 1, might you see both the suspect and the victim of the case in the same statistical analysis, like in this case, potentially?
Yes.
Okay, and that's the epithelial fraction, correct?
Yes, we started referring to them as fraction 1 and fraction 2 instead of the sperm cell fraction, epithelial cell fraction. But yes, that fraction 1 is the epithelial cell fraction.
With regard to fraction 2, if it's a female's DNA, are you going to ever have that person within that fraction?
If there's a lot of female in the profile, it could also be present in that. When you're doing the differential extraction process, it's almost, kind of think about it as like when you mix oil and water and you're trying to get that top layer off, you don't want to go down too far to go into that bottom layer, so you may leave a little bit, and then those cells are actually extracted during that process. So you can have both in that.
Okay. But let's talk about, first of all, on this, the epithelial cell fraction. So we're talking about the left sleeve of the FedEx polo from the suspect's property. And as far as whether that was from his house or whether it's from his property in the jail, that's explained in the, I think, in the previous testimony as to which is which. I believe from Jackie had done the initial screening.
Correct.
So on this, with regard to this particular, would this be a stain? So a stain is something that's cut out of an item of clothing, correct?
It could be cut out. It also could be swabbed. It was just a specific area on that clothing that was determined to be sent forward for processing.
And what was sent forward for processing, can you give us what the findings were for that particular item?
The DNA profile from fraction 1 of this item is interpreted as a mixture of 3 individuals. The probability of obtaining this mixture profile if the DNA came from Tanner Horner and 2 unrelated unknown individuals is 53.1 septillion times greater than the probability of obtaining this profile if the DNA came from 3 unrelated unknown individuals.
Okay, stop there for a second. So in this part of the statistical analysis, you're just determining whether Tanner Horner can be excluded, is that right?
Correct. Every known reference that we have is compared to every evidentiary profile to determine whether or not they could be included or excluded.
So then you next look at whether or not the victim can be excluded, is that correct?
Correct.
Objection leading, Your Honor.
Sustained, don't leave your witness.
Apologize, Your Honor. What were your findings with relation to the victim as far as whether or not she could be excluded?
The probability of obtaining this mixture profile if the DNA came from Athena Strand and 2 unrelated unknown individuals is 951 trillion times greater than the probability of obtaining this profile if the DNA came from 3 unrelated unknown individuals.
So now we know, what do we know as far as them individually? Can either one of them be excluded?
So those likelihood ratios, they are an inclusionary likelihood ratio.
Okay. So both of them are included, is what you're saying?
Correct.
All right. So now, when you put them both together, do you do another statistical analysis as to what the likelihood is that they both are contributors?
Yes. So when we run the statistic with each individual and there's an inclusionary statistic obtained, we want to make sure that while they are included separately, that they also are included together in that profile.
Okay. And what was the likelihood with regard to both of them being included in the profile?
The probability of obtaining this mixture profile if the DNA came from Tanner Horner, Athena Strand, and 1 unrelated unknown individual is 133 duodecillion times greater than the probability of obtaining this profile if the DNA came from 3 unrelated, unknown individuals. These likelihood ratios indicate very strong support for the propositions that Tanner Horner and Athena Strand are both contributors of the profile.
And at the end of State's Exhibit number 301, do you have some graphs that show the different likelihood ratios and what the propositions that come from them and the numbers related to that?
There is a chart, and that's it tells what the likelihood ratio number is, and then the verbal scale, that was the addition, and how much support that likelihood ratio is actually given to that hypothesis.
And what does it have to be in order for it to be listed as very strong support?
That would be a likelihood ratio of 1 million or more.
Okay, and in this case, I believe you stated it was 133 duodecillion times, correct?
For the co-contributor statement, yes.
For both of them being contributors?
Correct.
As opposed to 3 unrelated. Is that right?
Correct.
So, with that, can you kind of give us a frame reference for what duodecillion means? Because that's not a number I think a lot of us use.
No, so a duodecillion is a 1 with 39 zeros. A billion is a 1 with 9 zeros. A trillion is a 1 with 12 zeros. So it kind of, those are numbers that you may be able to grasp.
So, and we're going to go down through, kind of use that as a framework with which to discuss the other statistical findings from the different stains. So there is, the next item is 0102AB. Is that another stain from the same shirt?
Yes.
Okay. And is that essentially, maybe not the numbers are not exactly the same, I don't know if they are or not, but does it basically still have very strong support that both of them are contributors?
These likelihood ratios indicate very strong support for the propositions that Tanner Horner and Athena Strand are both contributors to the profile.
In this case, it was only 73 octillion times greater. Is that right?
Only.
Am I looking at that incorrectly? Maybe I'm looking.
Damn. Stefan, we always, septillion. We always septillion. Look at these numbers today. 981 quintillion times greater. Okay, and this one is 245 quartordecillion. Oh my word. That is hectic. Okay. These are Tanner Horner's clothing items.
In this case, it was 245 quattrodecillion. Is that more or less than duodecillion?
So a quattordecillion is a 1 with 45 zeros.
Okay. So
a 1 with 45 zeros. Quattordecillion. Phew.
So very strong support, both contributors. So let's go on to the sperm cell fractions of those two. Was Athena Strand excluded from the sperm cell fractions of those first two items?
The DNA profile from fraction 2 of this item is interpreted as originating from a single individual. I'm sorry, this is for 0102AB.
Yes. So we're looking at, I asked you about two at once, and that's my fault. But 0102AB, let's talk about that first.
The DNA profile from fraction 2 of this item is interpreted as originating from a single individual. The probability of obtaining this profile, if the DNA came from Tanner Horner, is 112 septillion times greater than the probability of obtaining the profile if the DNA came from an unrelated, unknown individual. This likelihood ratio indicates very strong support for the proposition that Tanner Horner is a contributor of the profile. Athena Strand is excluded as a contributor of this profile.
And I guess the reason I was asking about the female DNA earlier is you have one fraction of the same swabbing or material that is sent forward, One she's included, one she's excluded. Give us kind of the reasoning for that. You understand what I'm saying? You got the epithelial section, you got the sperm cells fraction. One she's strong, very strong support, she's one of the contributors, versus the other she's excluded.
Correct.
So, is that because it's really just looking for male DNA?
Sustain, don't lead your witness.
Again, sustain, don't lead your witness. State, stop leading the witnesses. It's every day, every single day at this trial. There's an objection, leading. Sustain. The state is leading their witness. Stop doing it. Esther Gutierrez said, how about a Brazilian? Yeah, that's right. That's a lot, hey?
Yeah, reasoning for that is there.
It could be that it doesn't separate it by male, and the extraction process itself is made to try and separate any possible sperm cells. That doesn't mean that it is from sperm cells, it's just that it's possible sperm cells. And like I said, there could be that bleed over where someone could be included in it, but we can't say what exactly type of DNA that sample is from.
But on these two samples that we've talked about so far, when the sperm cell fraction was separated out, can you tell us whether or not Athena was actually excluded from the sperm cell fraction?
She was, for a 102 AB, she was excluded.
And what about the next one, a 102 AB?
The DNA profile from fraction 2 of this item is interpreted as originating from a single individual. The probability of obtaining this profile if the DNA came from Tanner Horner is 116 septillion times greater than the probability of obtaining the profile if the DNA came from an unrelated unknown individual. This likelihood ratio indicates very strong support for the proposition that Tanner Horner is a contributor of the profile. Athena Strand is excluded as a contributor of this profile.
Okay, now let's talk about...
Quick pause. Webs of Deceit Untangled said the zero theme goes full circle for this. Yeah, did you mean full? Like, yeah, full circle here with his alter ego called Zero. A lot of zeros here, Tanner Horner. How are you feeling now, huh? That's a lot.
We know that the first several swabs or cuttings that were sent forward were from the FedEx polo from the suspect's property, correct?
Correct.
So that would include 102 AB, AD, AE, AF, and AG, and a H and a I as well, correct?
Correct.
And were those similar findings on the others is what we've already described? I mean, I don't want to go, maybe I won't ask you to compare because I know you got to read the whole thing if I did.
Correct.
So what I'm going to do is just say those come from the same item of clothing. So essentially the results that we've already received kind of give us the information we may want to know about that particular clothing item.
Your Honor, objection, lady.
I was going to say, is there a question?
Okay, let me move on.
Please do. Let's move on.
Let's move on from the polo shirt. Now let's talk about the
yes.
Swab.
My goodness, state. Let's move on from the polo shirt. Was it the judge that I said it? Well, was that a question? Let's move on from the polo shirt. I do like all the accents.
Of the stain from the inside of the gray sweatshirt from the suspect's property. Okay. What were the findings related to that item on the autosomal STR?
For a 103 AA.
Is that one? Some of these, I don't necessarily. If there's not findings that connect both the two, I'm going to skip over those. Is that one? If it comes from, if an item of clothing comes from a specific individual, can you tell us whether or not what your expectations would be as far as finding that particular individual's DNA on that particular item.
I can't speak to if I expect DNA, but when the transfer of DNA from your skin, whether it be on clothing or something you touch, there is a possibility that there is transfer of your DNA. So it is not uncommon to find a person's profile on something that they wear.
All right, I'm going to skip all the way down to some of the swabs that were collected in the truck. I'm going to look at, go down to 0115 AA. And what was that?
A 115 AA is passenger side cargo door step swabs from truck.
Give me just a second to get that. So,
Just call me. Kim P said nothing the defense can say to redeem him. Right? Like, what the hell can they say? Well, should they even put on a case? Well, they have to, because they've got to, it's literally life or death for their client, but nothing they can say will ever redeem this guy.
so this would be a swab, is that correct?
Correct.
And can you give us the findings for that particular swab from the passenger side cargo door step from the truck?
The DNA profile from this item is interpreted as a mixture of 3 individuals. The probability of obtaining this mixture profile, if the DNA came from Tanner Horner and 2 unrelated unknown individuals, is 894 quintillion times greater than the probability of obtaining this profile if the DNA came from 3 unrelated unknown individuals. This likelihood ratio indicates very strong support for the proposition that Tanner Horner is a contributor to the profile. The probability of obtaining this mixture profile if the DNA came from Athena Strand and 2 unrelated unknown individuals is 8,640 times greater than the probability of obtaining this profile if the DNA came from 3 unrelated unknown individuals. This likelihood ratio indicates moderate support for the proposition that Athena Strand is a contributor to the profile. The probability of obtaining this mixture profile if the DNA came from Tanner Horner, Athena Strand, and 1 unrelated unknown individual is 17 octillion times greater than the probability of obtaining this profile if the DNA came from 3 unrelated unknown individuals. This likelihood ratio indicates very strong support for the proposition that Tanner Horner and Athena Strand are both contributors to the profile.
Going on down to 0115 AE, the passenger side wheel well. Can you read that as well?
The DNA profile from this item is interpreted as a mixture of 3 individuals. The probability of obtaining this mixture profile if the DNA came from Tanner Horner and 2 unrelated unknown individuals is 10.5 million times greater than the probability of obtaining this profile if the DNA came from 3 unrelated unknown individuals. The probability of obtaining this mixture profile if the DNA came from Athena Strand and 2 unrelated unknown individuals is 334 trillion times greater than the probability of obtaining this profile if the DNA came from 3 unrelated unknown individuals. The probability of obtaining this mixture profile if the DNA came from Tanner Horner, Athena Strand, and 1 unrelated unknown individual is 2.59 octillion times greater than the probability of obtaining this profile if the DNA came from 3 unrelated unknown individuals. These likelihood ratios indicate very strong support for the proposition that Tanner Horner and Athena Strand are both possible contributors to the profile.
So we know the defense is going to say could not be excluded doesn't mean included, right? Doesn't mean a match, right? All of that. We know it already. Francisco Mario, sorry. Are you from Italy? Can I say your name like that? Francisco Mario Garcia Hearn. So can we all have a summary of the DNA evidence? Pretty please. A summary is that we've heard from 6 or 7 DNA analysts. And before there was just like nothing conclusive. But now with Kristen Cassota on the stand, boom, we're getting all the evidence now. So from private part swabs on the victim, Athena Strand, who was only 7 years old, Tanner Horner's DNA could not be excluded. Vaginal, anal, and oral. Could not be excluded. And now they went over items of clothing, his FedEx jacket and things. Yeah, that he is likely a contributor as is Athena. And now they're going over the FedEx truck as well. So like now they just went over the passenger side wheel well. So that's pretty much, did I summarize it okay? If not, you guys give it a go. If I forgot something, tell me. But he's so damn guilty. He knows it. That's why he pleaded guilty, right? Anyway, but that is why the state said in opening statements that there's Tanner Horner's DNA where it really should never be on a 7-year-old girl. Now I know why. Sharon Kluter, thank you so much for your South African rands. 70 rand, thank you so much. Adam Bluefire said, I hope the jury has a gazillion, grizzillion coffees. Yeah, shame.
Thank you, Ms. Cassota. At the time that you were working on these items and obtaining the results in your report, had the depletion items also been sent to the boating lab in Lorton, Virginia?
Yes.
Okay. In somewhat close in proximity in time, did they also come back with the results from their analysis of those items?
I believe so.
Okay. And may I approach Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 304. Could you look in that and see if you recognize that or have seen that before?
Shaz, you said that is amazing that they could get that from the door as it was not a private vehicle. That as well, right? Adam Bluefire summarized it well. DNA summary. Tanner is guilty of everything. That's it.
It appears to be a copy of their report.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to offer the evidence State's Exhibit number 304 pursuant to some previous.
Yes, sir. No objection to our previous discussion.
Okay. State's Exhibit 304 is admitted.
So on this report, do you have a copy of this?
I do.
Okay. And I'd like you to look at just 2 specific items, and that would be the what was from our lab. I believe it was 0112 AB 01. The swabbing from the right hand fingernail clippings and clipper from Athena Presley Monroe Strand. And then the next item, 0102 AC 01, swabbing from the left-hand fingernail clippings from Athena Presley Monroe Strand.
0112 AC.
0112 AC 01. Is that good?
Yes.
All right. So if you can find those in the results, I'd like to just read their results in related to those items. They have a different number, so you've got to go back to the front.
Mm-hmm. So there's some results at the beginning.
Were those YSTR or were those autosomal STR?
There was male DNA screening conclusions.
Okay. I'm not worried so much about that. I want to look at page 4 on the YSTR profile came from those items. Can you read the results on those?
Their report states samples CCX2517-0764-E-05 and CCX2517-0764-E-06 were processed for DNA typing by analysis of short tandem repeat STR loci specific to the male Y chromosome, also called YSTRs, using the PowerPlex Y23 kit.
All right. So if you go down to part 2, under there, where it says a YSTR profile was obtained from the sample ending in 05, which corresponds, if you look at the first page, what does that correspond with?
That corresponds to 0112AB01, which was the swabbing of right hand, fingernails, clippings, and clipper from Athena Monroe Strand.
So now we're going to get to that DNA as well. Tanner is so busted. Furtado. Let me try my Portuguese. I don't speak Portuguese. I want to try that, okay? Quel sera ofim dessa demonio, pena a de morte. And then I was guessing, demon, demonio, huh? Morte. Oh, death sentence, right? So then I asked Uncle Google, just help me translate this. Am I right? The question is, what will be the fate of this demon? Death sentence. There you go. Thank you for being here. Furtado.
And what was the result?
Ooh, he has more of it.
Page 4, with regard to the YSTR profile obtained from that item.
The report states a YSTR profile was obtained from sample CCX2517-0764-E-05, male 1 in parentheses. Tanner Horner cannot be excluded as a possible contributor of the YSTR profile obtained from sample CCX2517-0764-E-05. The YSTR profile obtained is at least 1,923 times more likely to be observed if it originated from Tanner Horner than if from an unknown, unrelated male individual from the U.S. population.
If you just skip.
And I think they said that it was Athena Strand's right hand, right? That under her fingernails was male DNA. Now they're confirming it's Tanner's, right? Sammy, firstly, Maine Coon Mama, thank you for spoiling the mods with 16 coffees. Big Bear coffees. Thank you so much. Sammy J said 3-person mixtures give the defense room to argue who the third person is. And we know they're gonna, right? They're definitely gonna, yeah.
Down to page, continue on page 4, but number 3. I don't want you to read the whole thing, but just as far as the numbers, the ratio, is that the same? in that item as well, as in the previous item you just read?
I'm sorry?
Is the number of not 1,923 times more likely to be observed if it originated from Tanner Horner, is that the same on that item as it was under item number 2?
That number is the same.
Yes, okay. The item is different, but the number is the same, is that right?
Correct.
Are there other results in this report as well from different items that were tested?
Yes.
Okay. But that report is now in evidence and the jury can see that for themselves. So with that, Your Honor, I believe I am ready to pass the witness.
Briefly, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Cassota.
Good afternoon.
Good to see you again. Thank
Briefly.
you for coming in today. Just want to ask you a couple of follow-up questions, okay?
Yes, sir.
We've talked about this before. The way your submission form is set up, when you receive the materials, it will identify whether it's from, in this case, Athena Strand or Tanner Horner, correct?
Could you repeat that?
Yeah, when you, materials come in, it'll say that it's sample believed to be from the suspect, or is it sample believed to be from the victim, correct?
For both, like known samples or from evidentiary samples?
I think for both, because the evidentiary samples, I believe, illustrate like shirt from defendant's life, right? You're not dealing with, I guess what I'm saying, you have some idea of who it's believed to be from.
Correct. Whatever is listed on the submission form by the agency, that is what we label it as in our system.
And I'm going to focus more on just kind of the bias TR testing that you did. So I believe from Ms. Ferrera's report and all the way through your work, there was no additional testing done to determine if there were sperm cells in the semen, meaning none of the microscopic examination was made on the sexual assault kit swabs.
Correct. We do not process sexual assault kits for the presence of semen. They go straight for DNA for any possible male DNA.
And it was not requested that you do that kind of microscopic examination.
Correct.
Now, two of the items that came into evidence, one was State's Exhibit 299, which is the April 19, 2023 report. And I believe it's State's Exhibit 303, which is the supplement.
I'm not sure of their numbers, but yes, I know which reports you're referring to.
And that the supplement was dated September 15, 2025.
Correct.
And you said that you had issued the supplement in response to some new guidance about the, what do we call it, the verbal indicators that you had?
The verbal scale, yes, sir.
But that didn't change the findings in the report.
Correct. It did not change the statistic.
So the statistics was that, if I understand it correctly, it was 2 times greater the probability of obtaining the profile from the victim and one unrelated unknown individual than from the victim and the suspect.
So the probability of obtaining this mixture profile if the DNA came from the victim and one unrelated unknown individual is 2 times greater than the probability of obtaining the profile if the DNA came from the victim and the suspect.
Now, I know you already explained why, so I'm not necessarily going into that, but this bias DR testing was done in 2025, correct?
Correct.
And I know that Ms. Ferrera's, she testified yesterday that in doing her male screening on the oral swab, it was inconclusive as to male DNA being present. Is that correct?
Her report states the detection of male DNA on this item was inconclusive utilizing the Plexer HY quantification kit due to the low male quantification value. The item was collected and retained.
That's the same swab that you used in your testing, correct?
Correct.
Now, earlier when you were testifying about the persons who are not excluded, talk specifically about male relatives of the defendant.
Correct.
But that wasn't, the statistics are a little confusing. The 1 in 5,471 U.S. males means that there are other males that would not be excluded as well.
That is a possibility.
Because there's, I don't know how many males in the U.S., but 150 million plus.
Correct. It's used to put the statistic of 0 in 16,388 into the maximum number that it could possibly be seen within the U.S. male population.
We talked a lot about the small sample size and maybe being overwhelmed by the female DNA. Is that correct?
Are you talking about like in a profile where you might have a lot of female, that any possible male profile? Yes, it can. The female essentially masks a low level, or could mask a low level male profile.
Now, we talked about separating it into fraction 1, the epithelial fraction, fraction 2, the sperm fraction, but you testified today that that doesn't necessarily mean that all of the DNA in the sperm fraction is from semen.
Correct.
And probably the same with the epithelial side. You can't know all the sources of DNA, but you're trying to separate them.
Correct.
Do you know, if I said a single drop,
What did he write on his hand?
of semen contained roughly 1 million sperm cells, 750,000 sperm cells, you know if that would be roughly?
I'm trying to see what Tanner Horner wrote on his hand. Here and there they show his hand.
Accurate.
I think that could be dependent on a lot of factors.
Look at it. Is he writing something about 0? What do you think he wrote there, huh? Take a screenshot, zoom in, do what you gotta do. We have an investigation, guys. We've got to figure out what the heck he's writing here. And he knows his hand is showing to the camera. What is that? Interesting. Okay. You can see it now, right? I moved it up a bit so that you could see
Factors that I probably
there, it's even closer now. What is he saying there? You got to screenshot it, flip it all around. All the things, okay? Dawn Marie said he's writing, I am effed. I don't know. Maine Coon Mama. Thank you for supporting the mods again. Yeah, Stefan said it's guilty. What was he writing down? Grazillion, octillion, septillion, and all those other numbers we just learned today. Okay.
And some people make more sperm than others. Some could have low sperm counts. That I can't really answer that.
Okay.
Stop it. Punk Gopher says 2 + 3 = 5. Okay, so you can do low-level math. Is that what he's writing there? It could be a little sum. It could be a little sum. Stefan said Jesus. Could be. Could be. My goodness.
So you wouldn't necessarily know if on average ejaculate would be around 300 million sperm cells?
I'm not aware of the number.
So on the measurements that you made for the vaginal swab, is the DNA roughly 1 nanogram?
For which one? I'm sorry.
For the vaginal swab.
For which fraction?
May I approach on?
Yes.
It's very small.
To read that twice, I'm like, only who? What? Who's a fan? Who's an only fan? Think Zero is a fan of this channel. Yeah, and yeah, okay, no thank you. I don't know. And it does look like he's like, look here. I don't know. Whatever's on his hand there. You guys are saying all sorts of things. Okay.
I'm not going to sit there and make those, but I was relying on that calculation. I believe it's the first two we're talking about.
Correct. So it's, yes.
Okay. You can hold on to that for a second.
Okay.
Okay, so we're talking about roughly 1 nanogram of DNA material.
So in the quantification step, we look at how much total human DNA is within the sample as well as how much male DNA is within the sample. In the sperm cell fraction, or fraction 2 of the vaginal swab, the total autosomal amount of DNA within that sample was 4.46 nanograms per microliter. And then the epithelial cell fraction, or fraction 1, it was 117 nanograms per microliter of total DNA.
Okay, so the DNA in a single sperm cell is roughly 0.0035 nanograms.
I don't know the exact number.
Okay. And so, but we can take your numbers divided by that, and we'd have some idea of how many, if they were actually sperm cells, how many sperm cells would be present.
I guess theoretically you can, but I can't say what it's from, or that it's sperm at
No.
all.
I'm just saying, if we assumed it was all from sperm cells, we're talking, for 1 nanogram, we'd be talking 285. If it's 4, we're talking 4 times that, 1,000.
I would need a calculator.
Okay.
Look at the judge, look at the judge. The judge is all of us right now. Oh man, could we stop talking about semen? Yes, please. Yesterday we had to hear, okay, trigger warning for filthy things, I might say. Firstly, Andrea said it says Jesus or doofus. I'm going to go with doofus. I like that a lot. I think he wrote doofus. Okay. Yesterday, we had to hear messages that he sent to a teenager where he said, "What are you cosplaying?" And she said, "It's a character from Death Note." And he said, he creamed his panties. And she said, "It's kind of gross that you're wearing panties." And he's like, "Well, you know, it's a banana hammock, but, you know, still creamed it." Ew. And here we are talking. That's why the judge is all of us right now. He's our spirit animal. He's like, "Make it stop." Look at him. Judge, I am so sorry. We're going to get through this together, okay? We got your back, sir.
Now, you are not, obviously not involved in actually collecting those swabs, correct? That's from the autopsy.
Correct.
And we talked before, and I talked to Ms. Kelly a little bit about the portions of your job that are kind of subjective, why we need a human interpreter. Can you talk a little bit about that, please?
The interpretation itself can be subjective. I am, based on your training and your experience, you are looking at these profiles and looking at a lot of different factors within each location that we look at and the entirety of the profile to determine how many individuals we believe are contributing to that profile.
And I use the example with her, and I believe I've talked to you about this before too. I'm not a microbiologist, so I see the little chart that prints out, and you've got the gray lines showing where the alleles would be, and that's kind of the thing you have to look at and decide what's an artifact, what's real, what's a mixture, that sort of thing, correct?
Yes, sir.
So, and specifically with the YSTR, you don't get to use the StarMax software with that, correct?
StarMix.
StarMix, sorry.
Okay.
And that's not available because this is a different thing you're looking at, so you're having to do those calculations differently?
Correct.
Okay. And then that's kind of where your interpretation comes in, and then you get others to help you review it.
Correct. Each one is technically reviewed by another qualified analyst and then administratively reviewed.
Now, also on your lab, it noted that the information you came in was submitted to CODIS.
Which, I'm sorry, can you tell me which report?
Should be 302. I'm sorry, I just have the state exhibit number. That would be the September 15th, 2025 sexual assault kit.
That's none of these. Which one?
I think it was the September 2025 sexual assault kit one. It may have been on the other one, last one.
Just like 2
but
minutes.
For the vaginal swabs on that report, yes.
Okay. So what is CODIS?
So CODIS is the Combined DNA Index System. This is a national database that offender and arrestee and detainee samples are entered into, as well as any profiles from evidence samples. And then this is used to hopefully connect either cases to each other or cases and unknown profiles to individuals.
And to your knowledge, there were no hits, there were no connections made from that entry?
Not that I'm aware of.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
No further questions, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused?
Yes, sir.
Time to teleport. Skipping the afternoon break. And then, next witness, I'm lurking, is Athena's mom.
Let's take our afternoon break, okay? Call you back in 10 minutes to 3.
Look at the judge, look at the judge. The judge has had enough of this guy. Then, luckily we were behind a little bit, so we don't have to stare at the ceiling at all. Here we go.
All right.
Maitland, M-A-I-T-L-Y-N. And my last name is Gandy, G-A-N-D-Y.
And look at him looking at Athena's mom. Swallowing hard, oh. Look at that going.
Put one in the restaurant, so.
Athena's mom. State is smart. Normally, they might have Athena's mom or, family members. I mean, like a mom, like one of the first witnesses, but no. Oh, I don't know if towards the end, but I can only imagine. If they have Athena's mom on the stand, and then tomorrow, if the jury hears the audio, we might have to monitor and start a bit later, hey, to see what, if they were going to redact or what they're going to do. They will redact, but I don't know how long they're going to play it. The point is, very strategic. I like that, State.
Everyone may be seated.
Here's the audacity to even stare at her. Shame.
All right, we are ready to proceed, ladies and gentlemen. This witness has been previously sworn to testify truthfully. Mr. State.
Thank you, Judge. Ma'am, we've seen you sitting here in court since this case started. Would you introduce yourself to be sure?
My name is Maitland Gandy. I'm better known as the mother of Athena Presley Monroe Strand.
And I'm going to show you something that's been admitted already in the evidence. Would you please?
Yes.
Ms. Thompson talked about this picture here, and And I want to ask you, she mentioned that she had a little grin on his face. Do you have a better explanation about why she has a grin on her face?
I do. So this was taken about a month before she was murdered, and we were at a Mexican restaurant in our hometown, and I wanted to get a picture of her and her baby sister, my baby sister, all together, and she stole an orange from my drink, and she had it in her mouth to look like it. She looked like a little monkey, and I took the original picture, not noticing the orange in her mouth, and then of course, being the mom that I am, I said Athena Presley, and she immediately closed her lips around that orange so she could hide the orange and take the picture that I wanted.
That's the reason for the grin.
Yes, sir.
You said this picture was taken when?
About a month before she was killed.
Let me show you another picture that's been admitted to the evidence. And I think we've seen this one. When was this picture taken?
That was taken on November 26th of 2022. It was a Saturday. It was about 1:30 p.m. And that was in the front seat of my Jeep.
And notice she's got a white shirt on here. What's the symbolism of this white shirt? What's she wearing?
It says, "We are family 2022," because we always had matching fall pajamas for Halloween and matching Christmas pajamas. It was a part of our holiday traditions.
And was it just her, or was there somebody else with her we know?
No, you can see my baby, Rylan.
Is this right here?
Yes.
And how many days before she was murdered was this picture taken?
4 days.
And I noticed something on her head here. What's on her head?
That is her red bow for Christmas, because red was the theme for our family that year.
Ma'am, I noticed you have something in your hand there. Show that to the jury.
This is her red bow.
Is that the same red bow that we see in that picture?
Yes, sir.
Do you leave home without that?
Not when I come to this state.
Maybe back home every once in a while?
Every once in a while. Quick trip to Walmart, maybe.
Something else about this picture. Was this one of the last times you saw Athena?
I had a little bit more than 24 hours left with her. I just didn't know it at the time.
And we heard from Ms. Thompson that Athena was living here for a little while. And I guess that little more time is the time it took you to get from where you were in Oklahoma to the meeting spot with Jacob. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And I say Jacob. Who's Jacob?
Jacob is Athena's daddy.
Okay. And where do y'all normally meet?
ASAP in Bowie, Texas.
Okay. Is that a convenience store?
It's a gas station of sorts. It's gotten better over the years.
Okay. Stop and rob, if you will.
Yes, sir.
And so y'all exchange on that day, right?
We exchanged Sunday, November 27th of 2022.
You remember the last thing you said to Athena?
I told her that I loved her and that I would see her on Friday. We had a quick drop off because her daddy was going to take them to the Christmas lights that night. So it's not the goodbye that I would have wanted.
So you and Jacob, when is Athena born with you and Jacob? What's her birthday?
She was born Saturday, May 23rd of 2015 at 9:01 p.m.
And let me ask you, from the time she was born until the last time you saw her, how would you describe her as a child?
She was the perfect mixture of me and Jacob. She loved to wear her pretty princess dresses, but at the same time, she would she would play in the dirt in those same pretty princess dresses. And she was free, and she was wild, and she was bright, and she was loving. She wanted to be loved and to give love, and that's it.
Now, as she got older, did she have some things that were kind of her favorites and the things that she liked to do?
That's a broad question to ask. Athena loved everything. She loved life. We liked to watch movies together. It was very common for us to have movie nights, popcorn and candy. It was very common for her to want to ride her horse with her Aunt Kate. It was very common for her to want to do anything outdoors with her father, so long as her father was around. She watched him butcher animals. She watched him clear property. As long as Daddy was around, she was great with being dirty and being outside.
So that people are clear, or you and Jacob, would you agree with me, y'all live a country life?
Very much so.
And when you say butchering animals, Jacob's a bit of a hunter, right?
Yes.
I just don't want people to think that we're out, on the other side of Fort Worth doing that in the front yard, okay?
No.
So let's talk a little bit about you and Jacob. You and Jacob were young when you had Athena.
Very
How
much
old
so.
were you?
I was 19 when I had Athena.
And Jacob was a little older than you?
Jacob was 23. He had just turned 23.
And we may have heard this. We heard from Ashley, Jacob's wife at the time. You and Jacob didn't stay together.
No, we didn't.
Permanently. But let me ask you, how do you feel you and Jacob were as parents for Athena?
There were rough moments, but we always had an agreement that those rough moments didn't need to enter into our children's lives. We co-parented, in my opinion, pretty dang well. Because as long as Athena's needs were met and she was happy, that was important to him and I.
Any doubts at all that you or Jacob or your family in Oklahoma or his family here in Texas absolutely loved Athena?
There is no doubt whatsoever that every single person that has ever met Athena, besides maybe one, absolutely loved Athena.
Is that the kid on the bus?
It's actually the defendant in this case. I would like to think that he doesn't love her. That kid on the bus may also not particularly care for her.
The one she smacked in the head with a water bottle.
Mommy did teach her that no means no.
Right. So, independent?
She gets that from me.
Okay. And strong?
Physically, she gets that from her father.
Now, you told me about an event. It's actually a tragic event. Your mother died 4 or 5 years ago. Is that right?
It's been, it's been almost 8 years. This year will make 8.
8 years ago. And tell me what happened with regard to that. And I don't want to ask you about your mom's death, but I think it involves Athena, and I'd like you to tell the jury about that.
Well, it was Friday, December 28th of 2018. I had went to work early that morning, as I did all the time. And my mom wasn't supposed to die. She was just fine, but she used to keep Athena for me whenever I went to work. And she just died. But Athena, being Athena, I don't know how she knew. I didn't train her. I didn't teach her what death was. She hadn't had death in her life. But she ran out to my Nana's house, which would be her great-grandmother, And it's about an acre away. Each of these houses are on about an acre. And she went and got help. And the only reason we know that is because there's a Ring camera outside of the house. And she just kept telling my Nana, Grammy's dead. My Nana, being my Nana, didn't grab her phone before she left the house and couldn't get into my mom's phone because it had a code on it. So she sent Athena another acre away in the opposite direction to get more help. She was only 3.5.
So at 3.5 years old, she's toddling herself all over the place to try to help your mom.
Yes. Next to me, pretty positive my mom loved her more than anyone else in this world did.
Do you remember when you got the call and when you received the information that Athena had gone missing? Do you remember that time?
I do.
And where were you at that time when you got the information that she had just been missing?
I was in my house. My phone had died, and Jacob called my little sister, who was too far out from me. So she called my older sister, and my older sister came banging on the door like you would have thought the house was on fire. And I opened the door and she said, Athena's missing. And immediately I said, no, she's not. So I went and got my phone, and Jacob's name popped up on my phone.
So you knew something was not right.
Yes.
Now, how far is it from your house in Oklahoma to County Road 3573 we've been talking about?
Typically it's about a 2-hour drive.
And how fast did you make that drive on that particular day?
I made it within 45 minutes.
Now let me ask you, did you go straight there? Or did you have a stop along the way?
Unfortunately, I let my car run pretty clear out of gas, and I said that I would get gas before work the next morning. So I had to stop and get gas in Comanche.
And so then you found your way this direction.
Yes, I did.
Some people will say that moms know when things happen. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
How do you know something wasn't right?
On my way down to Jacob's house, I stayed on the phone with him pretty well most of the way until I got to about Ryan, Oklahoma. And then it felt like I was dying. I couldn't breathe, but I knew I had to keep going. I almost tapped the brakes because I thought I was having a heart attack. But I just told myself that if I kept going, it would be okay and I would find her.
So long as Mama can get there, it's going to be okay.
Yeah.
You get there, Athena's still missing.
Yeah.
What do you do in that time period between when she's missing and when we get, and then we find out what happened? What do you do during that time period?
When I got there, an officer asked me who I was. I told him I was Athena's mom. He directed me back inside my Jeep and told me that they were bringing dogs out and that my scent could throw the dogs off, so I had to stay inside my Jeep.
And then during those next 2 days, what are you doing during those next 2 days?
At 4 o'clock in the morning on Saturday, December 1st, an officer had told me that they had taken away the dogs and I could get out of the vehicle, and I asked him, can I search myself? He said yes. So Ashley's dad, Jacob's dad, my uncle, and Jacob and I went out and searched all of Jacob's property and the surrounding properties, even though all of those people were probably sound asleep in their own beds, and we didn't ask permission. And later that day, when more volunteers had come out and more officers arrived, I had talked to a few different investigators throughout the time. I walked lineups. I walked that county road over and over and over again. I searched Jacob's ponds, but she wasn't there. And I'm not from that county, so I didn't know where else to go. And I didn't know where else to look. I just knew she wasn't there.
I heard from Sheriff Aiken that he had a meeting with you and Jacob, actually, and some of your family members at a church in Cottonville. Do you remember that meeting?
Yes, I do.
And I know this may be tough, but I think it's important when you're told that Athena is no longer with us. What's your first reaction?
I wanted to tell Sheriff Aiken that he didn't know what he was talking about. I asked him if I could confirm that that was my daughter, and he told me no, because she looks too bad. And I went into a place of denial. I stopped breathing and I started to black out as I heard Ashley screaming. I knew it. I knew it was him.
At some point, you got to be a mom again, don't you?
Yes, sir.
At some point, you got to plan a funeral, don't you?
Yes, sir.
At some point, you've got to see Athena for yourself. Is that right?
Yes.
Did that happen?
Yes. On Tuesday, December 6th of 2022, I was allowed to see Athena for the first time. I went in about an hour before I'd actually told Jacob to show up, because I didn't know what she would look like, and I didn't know how bad it would be, and I didn't want him to see our daughter like that. So I went in around 8 in the morning with just my dad. And her ears were messed up, and she had incision lines, and her chin was scraped up. And so we put her in a hospital gown because I didn't have clothes for her, and she was naked. And I searched her body looking for any reason that wasn't my baby. And then we did her makeup so Jacob wouldn't have to see the discoloration and how bad it was.
Still got to be a mom, don't you?
Yes, always.
Always. I'm going to make a guess that Athena didn't stay in that little gown very long, did she?
No, she did not. It wasn't pretty enough.
Tell me what Mom does to go fix that.
Well, I wasn't from Wise County. I didn't know where to go or what to do, and I couldn't sleep. So I wandered around Walmart until I found a few dresses to pick from, and I wanted to make sure that she was just, when I got to her, she was so cold, and she didn't like the cold. So I wanted to make sure that she was dressed. So I picked out clothes. I picked out socks and panties and shoes and leggings and dresses. And I wanted to make sure she had one of her bows. So I got her some bows.
There's a pretty consistent theme with her with the bow, wasn't it?
There's actually a joke that me and my cousin do. We have a child. I did have a child around the same age. But back in 2014, 2015, it was very common to put bows on little girls that were bigger than their head. And Athena just kind of adapted that and never grew out of it.
That's why we got the picture here.
Yeah.
Now, do you have another daughter?
I do.
And what's the age difference between your other daughter and Athena?
4 years and 7 months.
Now, I've asked 4 of witnesses to describe for me their favorite picture of your younger daughter and Athena. Do you have one?
It was the first one I ever took of them together.
So that'd be right after your daughter was born.
Yes, sir.
And what's Athena doing in this picture?
She's holding Rye, and she is beaming. She's been asking me for a sibling for a year or more, and she finally got her. I didn't want her to be alone if something ever happened to me. Because when Mom died and Athena was asking for a sibling, I looked around and I said, hey, at least I've got my sisters.
Let me ask you about your daughter. How old was your second daughter? Athena was your first.
Yes, she was.
She also Jacob's first too.
Yes, she was.
And how old was your second daughter, Riley, when Athena was born? When Athena was born, I want to get this exact.
When Rye was born?
Yeah, when Rye was born, how old was Athena?
Athena was 4.5.
And then when Athena was killed, how old was Riley?
We had Athena's funeral on December 9th of 2022. I got her ashes the next morning on December 10th of 2022. And that was also Ryland's 3rd birthday. And I brought her sister home. It just wasn't the way I was supposed to.
How'd you go about talking to little sister about what happened to her big sister?
I didn't know how to tell her, and I didn't think I was strong enough to tell her. So I lied to her for a long time. I would tell her that she was just staying with her daddy for a little bit longer. And when she asked to FaceTime her or to call her, I would tell her that she was at school, or she was sleeping, or she was I'm sorry. I would lie to her. Until about a year ago. She didn't know the whole truth. And, but I I didn't tell her that Athena was dead and that she had been killed until Athena's, or what should have been Athena's 8th birthday.
So let me ask you about that. Today, how old would Athena be today?
She would be 10.
And if I remember correctly, she has her birthday upcoming, isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
When would she turn 11?
May 23rd.
2026.
Yes, sir.
She'll be a 4th grader. Is that right?
She would be a 4th grader. She'd be getting ready to go into her 5th grade year.
During the course of this case, have you ever missed a hearing?
One.
And why do you make it a point to be at every hearing that we've had in this case?
Because I had to cover up handprint bruises around my daughter's neck. And because she no longer has a voice. And I want people to know that she's not just some story. She's not just some number. She's not just some picture you see in a headline. She was loved. She is loved. And she is missed. And she was real. And she had a life. And she wanted to live. And no one can take that from her. Not a single person can take that from her. And I will be her face, and I will be her voice, and I will make sure that every person in this world knows that she was loved and that she wanted to live. And we want her in our lives.
You've been getting evidence, information about this case since the beginning.
Yes.
And you've been sitting here and you've heard most all the evidence in this case.
Yes.
But in the very beginning, what kinds of things were you being given? What kind of information were you being given in the beginning?
I read Tanner Horner's arrest affidavit where he said he hit her with a truck and he panicked. So he attempted to break her neck and then it didn't work. So he strangled her.
Do you have a chance to look at the autopsy or anything else in this case?
When it came out, I read it. I drove down here the moment that my attorney contacted me and said it was being released. Got pulled over a buoy for that one because I wanted to read it before the media released it to the public.
Now, if I remember correctly, you've got a little bit of medical training and knowledge, don't you?
Yes, sir.
What stood out to you when you read that information?
That there were no items of personal belongings listed with her. And that the only thing that was with her was the hands, or the bags around her hands. And I knew that that meant that she didn't have anything on her when she was found.
And how far along into this process was that?
That was in the summer of 2023.
And I'm just going to ask you, how did you react to getting that information in the summer of 2023?
I didn't want to believe it. I told myself that I was wrong. I told myself that y'all just do stuff different down here in Texas. And because I'd rather be wrong about that than be right.
Ranger Espinoza has, we talked a little bit about some videos in this case. Excuse me. Did you have any chance to view or look at any portion of any videos in this case?
I did.
How much of it were you able to look at?
Maybe a minute, maybe two. I can't. And I'm very sorry to all of the innocent people that do have to watch that. I am so sorry. I'm sorry to you, and I'm sorry to y'all too. Because none of us, not Athena, not me, not anyone in this room besides Tanner Horner, asked for what's on that video. And Athena definitely didn't. I really am sorry.
We've been here a little over a week and a half. We've been here, seeing some of the evidence in the case. What is it that sticks out to you? What do you want to know?
I know it sounds stupid, and I know it sounds selfish. I know he will never tell the truth. But I want to know where my daughter's shirt is. I want to know everything. But he won't tell me that. And I highly doubt that he cared enough to pay attention to when my daughter took her last breath. Because I brought her into this world, James. And I know when she took her first, I was there for that. I was there when she took her first steps and said her first word. But I wasn't there when she took her last. So I want to know where her shirt is. Because maybe he could give me that much grace.
I've got a couple more questions for you, maybe.
Okay, the defense better not have any questions at all. Don't even try.
Athena stood in your life, didn't she?
Athena is in my life every day.
Every day.
Every day.
And I think I would be missing something if I didn't point out that you tend to have an affinity for a certain color. Would that be right?
For her, yes, sir.
And is that Athena's color too?
This is her favorite color, yes.
Not Mom's favorite color?
No, sir.
You keep her both? You got your pink?
Yes, sir.
Do you talk to Athena sometimes?
I talk to her every day.
What do you say to her when you talk?
I tell her that I'm sorry, that I wasn't there to protect her and to stop him. I tell her that I love her. And I talk to her about Rye and what she's doing in life and how much she loves and misses her. And I tell her about you and about Pat and about Michelle and about my attorneys and how y'all are working really hard to make sure that she's not forgotten and that she didn't just die and that we'll get justice for her.
Look at him. He's just staring at her. Do you think it impacts him or no? It does look like it might, but I'm not sure. Oh my word, it's just the worst, right? Thank you, Mel.
You know, we hear people say that if they just had a few more minutes to talk to somebody that they no longer have. You heard that before?
I've thought about it a lot.
I'm asking. If you had those few minutes to talk to Athena right now, today, sitting in this room, what would you tell her?
I'd tell her I'm sorry. And I would tell her how much she means to me and her daddy and to her sisters. And how much she is loved. And how much we want her. And just, I'm sorry. How sorry I am that I didn't protect her.
I take it back. There's not even one tear. He's got a face on. There's not one tear. Wow.
I know how hard it was being here lately. And I want to thank you for being here and opening up your world to us today. That's what it's.
Cross-examination.
Ms. Andy, I'm very sorry for your loss. I'm not going to ask any questions today. Thank you very much.
May this witness be excused. Thank you, Nancy.
That was very tough, right? It goes without saying. But she's so strong, you know. She did her daughter so proud. Whew. And when she stared at him, don't make me think of it. I don't want to cry all over again. When she stared at Tanner Horner, yeah? And you heard the mama bear come out all the way and just tell him exactly how it is. Oh, man. There he is.
Okay, we're done for the day. We'll start back up at 9 o'clock. Okay? See you tomorrow.
Actually hear that. We could actually hear for once the judge say we're done for the day.
Thank you, everyone.
Just looking at him makes me want to swear, cuss, say bad things. I don't know, man. why anyone? Well, how could he even be capable of such a thing? It's just, you know. And yesterday, when the alleged sexual assault victims were on the stand, he was, because they were blurred out, right? But when they panned the camera and they showed us him, he was just staring at them. Staring them down. Oh my word. Okay, well everyone, that was rough. That was day 7. I will do all the timestamps for you. We're going to now teleport ourselves to day 8. Day 8 next. Now, I'm just going to type this in the chat quickly. You can click there and go there so long, or, you know, if you don't have your autoplay toggled on, otherwise wait for the outro to play and then go there. I wanted to ask, someone in chat said earlier that they heard or saw on a newspaper article or something that they're going to play this audio for the jury tomorrow. I would assume so, but I want to know more about that. Is it going to take 3 hours or what? Because we got a plan, because it's going to be redacted. So we can't stare at the wall for 3 hours, you know what I mean? So I'm going to monitor. I'm going to see what happens. I don't know if they're going to start with that. I have no idea. We'll see how tomorrow goes. The plan so far is to, you know, start a little bit later anyway, so that we can skip over lunch break and things like that. Okay. Yeah, it was very powerful also that Maitland Gandhi said, where is Athena's shirt? Because we were all wondering. They found items of clothing, right? But not Athena's shirt. I was also wondering, so is it conclusive that they didn't find a shirt, right? Didn't. No one knows where a shirt is. Maybe Tanner Horner does. Donnie, not Wahlberg, thank you so much for your support. Thank you, everyone. I will see you tomorrow. Remember to look after your mental health. These cases are heavy, okay? And stay safe.